evening, Mary Beth. Just want to make sure that you can hear us and we can hear you. Are you hear that coming through?
Yeah. Do you need a...
Good evening. Wanted to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Monday, November 25th meeting of the City Council. Madam Clerk, can you start with roll, please?
Yes. Ms. Conley? Oh, I know she's participating remotely, so we'll come back when we do the motion to let her in. Ms. Downs?
Here?
Ms. Flynn?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill?
Here.
And Mayor Hardy.
Here. And I see Ms. Connolly on now.
Ms. Conley is here, and I believe we have a request to participate remotely.
Does somebody have a motion?
Yes, Ms. Connolly, can you identify your remote location and reason for participation by electronic means?
I am in Doylestown, Pennsylvania for a family matter.
I move that City Council approve electronic participation by Mary Beth Connolly in this meeting for personal reasons pursuant to the City Council's adopted policy.
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Roll, please.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Great. Well, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would join us, please.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have a motion to adopt the meeting agenda tonight?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Do we have any proclamations or special presentations tonight?
I believe you might have something at the dais.
Before we get into that, I actually wanted to ask the audience to join us in a moment of silence. Bob Young, who was the chairman of the EDA, passed away last week. And I also wanted to include Ms. Connolly's mom, who also passed away this weekend, in a moment of silence to recognize all those that we've lost. Thank you all. I think our hearts go out to everyone, to Bob's family and Mary Beth's family, and to your family and friends. We are thinking of you. Well, let's move on to any oaths of office for new board and commission members.
I don't believe we have anybody for an oath. Thanks.
Great. Well, let's move on to receipt of public comment then. Can you start with the summary of written comments, please?
I will, thank you. Regarding accessory dwellings, Jim Coyle supports the accessory dwelling legislation. Matthew Cunningham of Birch Street supports accessory dwelling units in the city for long-term rentals. Sean Dakin of 412 South Maple Avenue supports the proposed accessory dwelling regulations. Jean Gresco of 120 North Fairfax Street provided comments on the proposed legislation, both pro and con. The Housing Commission supports the proposed accessory dwelling legislation, and Aaron Wilkowitz supports the proposed legislation and requested reductions in some zoning regulation limitations on such uses. On the budget, the CACT provided an analysis of street maintenance needs and requested budgetary support for a street maintenance program. On the legislative program, Art DeSalle of 311 Rollins Street wrote to oppose proposed bicycle safety stop line legislation and asked that affordable housing legislation include language to bar use of substandard materials and protect housing safety standards in affordable units. The Electoral Board provided their 2025 legislative goals, and the ESC and John Ward of Raleigh Street wrote to oppose the bill that would amend the Virginia Clean Economy Act to exclude electricity generating units used predominantly for processing municipal waste for future emissions rules. In other comments, Paul Rothstein wrote about pedestrian safety issues at the West Falls construction project, and Dave Schutz wrote with information about the Arlington Civic Federation's task force on the county's form of government in regard to ranked choice voting.
Great, thank you. How about receipt of public comment now, live or virtually?
Yes, first, we have Jim Coyle, followed by Nader Baruch.
Thank you. And Matt Quinn is joining me also. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. We're here to talk about Bob Young and appreciated your moment of silence. The news press this week had several articles about Bob, and they really described in detail his career and his community activity and his Bob the Builder role in the community and so forth. So thank you for that, Nick. It was very good. And Bob was just a wonderful guy. Everybody that knew him knew what a quality person he was, both as a businessman, but also as a personal friend. And we've served with him on the EDA I've served with him for at least 6 years and 4 years. So he was just a wonderful leader on the EDA, as all of you know. But there's another side of Bob that a lot of the community probably doesn't know about, and I use the term communitarian. He really was committed to the community of Falls Church. And in anything that went on in Falls Church, Bob had his imprimatur on it as a citizen. He was either involved directly or he made financial contributions and helped out in other ways. Even things like the Falls Church Education Foundation, Bob was one of the big sponsors for that golf tournament every year. I'm sure he didn't get any clients from being out on the golf course with a sign, but that was the commitment he made to our educational system. So he's a wonderful guy. He was committed to the community. He wanted to see the mayor and council succeed. He wanted to see the city departments do well. And that's a true communitarian in my definition of the word. So I just want to say thanks to Bob. Thank you.
Absolutely, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nader Baruch, followed by Marty Meserve.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Downs, congratulations on the recent election. And also, thanks for acknowledging the death of Bob and also family member, one of our council members as well. I wanted to talk tonight about the ADU ordinance. And for those of you who don't know me well, what I'm about to say comes partly as sarcasm, so I hope you will take it as such. But I do view the issue of the ADUs almost as a done deal, in the sense that it was already done. A majority of the council voted in favor of the T-zones. In my view, this is very similar to that. It's essentially an upzoning. Before we have the T-zones, which benefited developers in our community and other developers looking to prosper in the city without any real guardrails, and really a lost leader ultimately to the city because of the tax base is not going to make up for the impacts that we're going to have. Now we're looking at an upzoning granted to our residents, which I would generally support, but I don't think there's been any discussion about the impact that it's going to have on the less wealthy property owners, such as Winter Hill, other smaller townhome communities who will not be able to reap the benefit of an upzone. What happens to everybody else in the community when major, larger properties, which this is going to help, which again, I have no objection to, but what's the thought about the impact, stormwater, schools, et cetera, on smaller property owners who can't benefit from this? What does that mean for us? And what does that mean for the other part of the community that don't own the larger parcels and aren't as wealthy to absorb some of those costs? Knowing that you're probably going to move forward with this, and again, I mean that as sarcasm, but we all know where this is headed. I hope that you will give it some consideration about anything dealing with short-term rentals and ensuring those are tracked properly if you are going to allow it, and not undertax any short-term rentals that may come into play. Two, all these properties and the additions are going to have a direct impact on city services that aren't going to be made up by the excess taxes. So I hope you'll consider that too in your deliberations about what it means, the fiscal impact on the city, and also for smaller parcels like Winter Hill and other townhomes. And again, I'm only representing my views. Additionally, there's been some comments that some of the taxes should be directed at affordable housing or elsewhere. I think that's patently wrong, because the impact that these additional units are going to have are going to be on the general fund, and that's where any excess taxes should go, not to some designated fund outside of the general fund. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We have Marty Meserve, followed by Robert Sharetta.
Good evening, Marty Meserve, 708 Berry Street, and I wasn't expecting to come tonight. I'm leaving town tomorrow, but I saw that you're contemplating first reading for the AD ordinance, and I wanted to get on the record. And basically, I am asking you to defer first reading, because giving first reading opens up a whole new pathway for the ordinance and what has already been presented. I don't know if this is going to make it in 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk fast. We already have a pretty good ordinance that permits the construction of separate apartments attached to an existing house. With a few modifications, it would be made more workable and could provide people with the needed space for aging parents, 20-somethings, or a boarder. The city should encourage such additions and proceed with the needed amendments to the existing ordinance as a first step. I hope this remains under consideration. However, the construction of what is in effect a second house on a lot is an entirely different matter. We have been shown diagrams of the ideal situation where a little cottage that looks like a playhouse is tucked in the back of an existing home. But do we really have any idea of how this will play out in our neighborhoods? We're taking a shot in the dark here right now. You have an idea that you like, but very little data about how it will work in reality. How many lots in the city would even qualify for an AD? A quarter, a half, more or less? Knowing the extent of the possible application of this ordinance is one of the first things we need to understand. Often the theoretical sounds appealing in the abstract, but the application doesn't quite turn out as planned, as we have seen with the T-zone amendment. And once again, it appears we are catering to the wealthy who have larger lots and the money to build a unit on their property. When are we going to focus on affordable housing needs? And we do need a short-term rental policy before this takes effect, so we don't further erode our stock of long-term rentals. If I were voting on this, I'd need to know more about the impact such changes would have on the neighborhoods as a whole, particularly on the abutting properties. Please ask the staff to do some sampling showing the best and worst case scenarios on selected lots in the city. When I told my next-door neighbor, who was not aware of this ordinance, what I could build 5 feet from his existing house, he jokingly said, "We'd burn it down." When the city was drafting the new comprehensive plan, we held meetings in each neighborhood, in the business community, and among different constituencies in order to make sure everyone knew what we were proposing and how it would affect them. Most everyone supports the general idea of so-called granny flats, but people are still unaware of the details of this initiative, which goes well beyond common perceptions of this type of housing. More study is needed. Please proceed cautiously and take the time you need to fully vet this matter. Please defer first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Robert Sharetta, followed by Eric Boson.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thanks for having me. Robert Sharetta, I'm the current president of the board of directors of our television station. We now call ourselves City of Falls Church Independent Media. I'm here really just to give you a status report and then ask a couple of, or give you a couple of thoughts at the end that we could use help on. Status report is really positive. After COVID and we were slumbering for about 4 years, suddenly we've woken up. We have tripled our membership base this year as a result of a number of activities where we've tried to track people with talks about AI being used in video production, et cetera, and tried to announce ourselves to the general community. Also, on a positive side, we suddenly have gone from 3 television productions and programs to over a dozen and 2 new podcasts to add. We're now offering programming in both Spanish and English, in Farsi and English, by some of the Afghanistan emigres that have recently moved here that are producing a program. We've got programs for senior citizens. We've got programs that will be interviewing book authors. We've got programs that will be dedicated to cooking, and in particular, I'm proud to say we've got something, a historic documentary series on the American Revolution coming, and most importantly, a program dedicated to the children of the American Revolution who are interviewing the founders, and they all happen to be students from our own Meridian High School and Mary Henderson Middle School. So we're doing our best to engage young people and trying to get the community to realize that this is really a jewel in the middle of our community that can help with the outreach and reach a number of people here. My suggestion would be this: we've spent about $90,000 in equipment this year. It took most of our treasury to do so. We're slowly building it back again, but cable franchise agreements has, as you probably know, gives us a small sliver of cable franchise fees, and they're dwindling. They're dwindling fast as the cable cords are being cut throughout the community, like every community. We're not asking for any taxpayer help. We never have. As a nonprofit, we rely completely on those vendor fees. But there might be some consideration to redoing the cable franchise agreement in the future with the idea in mind that will allow us to do more than just spend the money on capital goods, meaning equipment, and give us a little bit more freedom to help market ourselves, announce ourselves to the greater community, and to try to bring in not just more producers, but more corporate sponsorship as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Boson, followed by Art Agan.
Hello all, my name is Eric Boson. I'm a lifelong Falls Church resident and went through the whole FCCPS system, graduating from Meridian High School in 2019. I'm here to speak today in favor of ADU legalization with as few limitations as possible. The U.S. is suffering from a housing shortage, with this problem being especially acute in metro areas with large amounts of recent job growth, such as our own. Housing economists pin most of this blame on exclusionary zoning, and particularly on the fact that single-family detached zoning affects 75% of the residential land area in this country. These codes make it very difficult for the housing market to respond to growth in population and demand, and in highly desired areas, it has caused people who contribute to our city's operations and vibrancy to be priced out. As an example, I find it tragic that basically none of my teachers in the FCCPS system were able to live in the city that they served while they were teaching. As additional case studies, I have a close friend who went through FCCPS with me and who currently lives in an abusive family situation in the city. She would love to move out while staying in Falls Church for her job, but because of the lack of smaller footprint affordable homes, she cannot. I have a second friend who sadly also experienced another abusive family situation and was only able to leave that situation because she moved to an illegal ADU elsewhere in the city. As people are forced to move further away, they're forced to travel further and further to work and live, causing overall higher levels of traffic congestion and carbon emissions as our society sinks overall deeper into the trap of car dependency. I think we should immediately allow ADU construction by right with as few setback and height restrictions as possible to stimulate growth of affordable housing stock. We should give homeowners freedom to decide what is best for their land. Allowing ADUs to be built as straightforwardly as possible is, in my view, the bare minimum we can do to enable the construction of more housing, combat urban sprawl, and include people of all backgrounds in our little city. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Art Agan, followed by Rishi Nanja.
Good evening. I'm following up on a report that the CACT has submitted to the council. I want to present it in person so that we can communicate the analysis and what went on. Over the past year plus, we have been we have been looking at the reports we get from DPW. About a year ago, DPW provided an update on the paving situation and the condition of our roads. In each meeting, we have little bits of information, little bits about this road, that road, the other road. And so John Bentrup, before he left the committee, put together an analysis of the current condition and the amount of time, the cycle that we're on to replace it. We were falling behind. We were falling way behind on the condition of our roads. Council provided additional funding. We believe that falling behind has stopped, and the city is able to now update the roads, but on a 40-year cycle. That means every 40 years, we're able to update the roads. Standard practice should be 12 to 25 years. DPW wants to target 15 years as the cycle for the roads. All they're working on right now is the very poor roads. Very poor roads are more expensive to work on, and it is going to take a lot of work. We wanted to bring this to the council's attention so that you could include additional funding in next year's budget. Talking with Tara and DPW, Tara Hoff, my understanding is that their ask is not going to change significantly from last year, and they have a plan to get to this. The CACT wants to say that we support that plan. We are supportive of the staff's recommendation so that we can get ahead of that, get the roads up to where they need to be. Once they are in good condition, and it's often the condition is hidden by a nice paving on top, we should be able to ratchet it back. But it's going to take some time to get those poor and very poor roads up to fair condition. And that's a summary of what we have presented to you, and hopefully you will take it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rishi Nanja, followed by Margaret Schwartz.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for considering the ADU ordinance. While many of our neighboring jurisdictions are already enjoying their ADUs, having passed their regulations already, I am pleased that Falls Church is finally taking up this important consideration. I'm supportive of the proposed legislation. Our city, while small in size, has incredible amenities, from restaurants to theaters to parks and amazing schools. It's a highly desirable location. Until recently, however, we've had a limited number of people who have access to the city through single-family homes on grassy, tree-lined plots. In my view, these plots are somewhat wasted as space that can be better used to create smaller, perhaps more affordable housing. A city with denser housing, a high walkability score, and accessibility to trails and bike lanes is an ideal, which we can easily achieve in the near future. The value gained by the additional living space is limitless. Whether the use is for additional income, more space for growing families, and office space in this age of remote work, or for me in particular, multi-generational family living, we can thoughtfully expand our property to reflect personal and/or current issues Falls Church families are facing. I just want to put in perspective the value my family will receive from this ordinance. I have a wife and 3 kids, 15, 12, and 10. Prior to moving to Falls Church, we lived in Arlington. My parents lived in Rockville, Maryland. Back then, we had fewer weekend activities, and we saw my parents every single weekend. We moved to Charlotte for a few years, and unfortunately, we were unable to see my parents as often. A driving force behind returning to the DMV was proximity to my parents. The relationship for us with my parents is as important to me as anything I can imagine. And now, as my parents creep into their senior years, living in a single-family home with upkeep of their property and declining health, we see a perfect solution for them. They can move into a semi-autonomous home on our property, providing us with a wealth of love and joy for years to come. I urge you to implement the ordinance as soon as possible to give Falls Church families the same flexibility, options, and property rights as our neighbors. My parents aren't getting younger, and my kids aren't going to stay young for much longer. So this ordinance should be passed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Margaret Schwartz, followed by Fred Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Schwartz. I live on Lincoln Avenue. First, I want to commend the city for its effort to encourage homeowners and gardeners to leave their leaves on their lawns and their gardens throughout the winter. However, as a lifelong gardener, what that ends up meaning is that come spring, you have lots and lots of bags of yard waste and leaves to be taken away. So I would like the city to consider removing the $1 sticker fee that is now required for every bag of yard waste. I'm not sure why it was originally implemented or the impact that it has to the city budget, but in trying to keep citizens to stay in the city longer who are on their way to retirement, this can be an additional expense. I know I paid $25 this spring to haul away all the leaves from my garden, and it's throughout the season where I maintain my property that dollar fee is added to each bag. I know Arlington County actually gives those paper bags away free to its residents, and they do not have a sticker tax on the yard waste, and I don't believe Fairfax County has either. So I'm not sure what the implication would be to remove it, but I know the city is benefiting from a lot of new development, and I'd like someone to look into that situation to see if that's a way to, encourage people not to have their leaves removed, knowing that they then have a financial burden in the spring to have all those leaves taken away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Fred Thompson, followed by John Murphy.
Hi, so my comment is really a question about the accessory dwelling units. And the question is, does the Virginia Fair Housing Act apply? And how does it apply? The act says it's unlawful to discriminate for refusal to sell or rent any offer or negotiate a sale on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, elderliness, source of funds, familial status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or military status. I can understand if someone's building an ADU for a family member at no rent, then that's not a commercial transaction. But if the plan is for 6 months or a year, or some of these gentlemen have suggested, a longer-term part of our housing solution, then why wouldn't this apply? And why shouldn't it apply? And if it does apply, I just see no discussion of it in anything that staff's provided or the council's provided to date. If it does apply, homeowners who are building these should understand they won't be able to cherry pick the residents that live in the ADUs in their units, but they will be under the control of the state law. So I just ask the council, the staff to consider this and to make the appropriate decision, and also make all parties aware of what actually applies here. Thanks.
Hi, next we have John Murphy, followed by Peruz Khan Malik.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of City Council. My name is John Murphy. I live at 308 Chestnut Street in the city. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the accessory dwelling units ordinance, but first I want to take a moment to congratulate Councilwoman Downs on her victory for City Council. With 3 minutes, I'm not sure where to begin, but I'll start with the resolution for adoption that's before you tonight, TR 2440, referring the commercial parking reductions in TO 2411 to the Planning Commission at line 412. I think instead that should say TO 2417 regarding ADs. I'm pretty sure you didn't mean to refer the commercial parking reductions you've already approved back to the Planning Commission on this introduction. When looking at the rest of it, there's no substantial fiscal impact analysis for the changes in TO 2417. The map shown in the attachment for housing trends doesn't have the buildings located on the proper lots. A policy change of this magnitude demands careful and comprehensive analysis and presentation. The charter authority for the change is listed as 1710, but 1711 are the considerations to be observed in the adoption and alterations of regulations. That also plays a role here. Specifically, consideration of the character of each district and its particular suitability and particular uses are not addressed anywhere in the big package of materials that's before you. I didn't find it anywhere, and we certainly have not looked at the character of the districts or comparing existing density to what's in the comprehensive plan. Is there any reason that the RM district was added to the framework without any real analysis? While it includes the Winter Hill community, it mostly covers rental apartments or condos elsewhere. This legislation specifically removed the AD allowance for many townhouses that are in the RC district and did not consider the RTH district. That seems a bit arbitrary. Despite all the meetings and town halls and other things that have gone on with this, it still appears to be a rushed effort to get to first reading. Changes in owner occupancy or changes to eliminate the owner occupancy requirements could have substantial unintended consequences. I strongly support a waiver process of some sort for our military or government employees who may get transferred elsewhere for a limited period of time. But I think that to build community, we need to have some owner occupancy requirements for the ADUs. An analysis of the number of existing auxiliary structures that could become ADs by permit is also needed. Why was Arlington experience used instead of the Alexandria data when developing estimates? How will trash and mail be handled? I appreciate the limit on short-term or the ban on short-term rentals, but there are other things that we need to look at. If you'll give me one more minute. Presenting substantially changed materials for important legislation on the Monday of Thanksgiving is not optimal for public comment and public input. I agree with considering some changes to the auxiliary dwelling rules in the city. I don't support what is presented in TO 2417 tonight. In my opinion, it is not ready for first reading yet. There are still too many unanswered questions to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Peruz Khan Malik, followed by Michael Novotny.
Good evening. My name is Piruz Khan Malik, 609 Park Avenue. I just want to say that I'm a member of the AAB Architectural Advisory Board. However, I'm speaking my opinion tonight, and my personal opinion has nothing to do with the AAB. I didn't want to speak. I'm not prepared. I have not prepared anything. But based on what's been discussed right now tonight, so far, I just want to make a couple of comments here. First of all, I'd like to say that unlike some people really believe and still thinking about the T-zone was a mistake, I would like to remind them that what we have achieved from the T1 zone that we passed is very, very good. We have 20 and 12, 32 total units of townhouses coming up very soon. You have seen the construction has started already. The 20 townhouses at the corner of Park Avenue and North Lee Street going to start very soon. And that's adding 32 housing into this city that we really need to have. Our city has many good amenities here. Lots of restaurants, lots of good number of groceries that we have right now is amazing. However, I think that based on what I know from the city so far, we don't have enough people yet. So we need to do whatever we can to bring more people here, live here or invite them to spend some time here for what we get. Otherwise, some businesses are suffering, actually, not having enough people who are from this neighborhood. So I think that based on the experience that we have received from the T1 zone, which has been very, very positive, I think that there's nothing negative about that. Nothing drastic has happened. No Ballstone situation happened here. Some nice, very townhouses coming up soon. And I think that accessory units would be another very good value added to our city, and it would open up an opportunity. I think that we should not be afraid of if someone's going to rent it. That's perfectly fine to me. If someone's going to rent it, that's another person living here in the city, whether they're rented or even buy it or whatever they do about it. So I think that I want to give my support to this ordinance, and I think that this is a great and positive move to increase our housing, and I hope that we move even go further and allow some properties of certain square footage to be able to build more housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Novotny, followed by Robert Kravinsky.
Hi, my name is Mike Novotny. I live in Falls Church City at 319 North Maple Avenue. I would like to voice my support for the accessory dwelling resolution. and urged City Council to allow them. In 2019, Arlington adopted a similar zoning change, and my company was born out of it. Shortly after that, in 2020, I started Backyard Homes Building Company. It's a business based in Falls Church City that exclusively builds accessory dwellings in this region. And as you know, many jurisdictions outside of the city of Falls Church already allow them. So it will come as no surprise that I genuinely and enthusiastically support them. That's why I started my business. They are an amazing new product and an amazing benefit to property owners to build who build one. I have customers who build them for aging parents to live closer, but they still need their own roof. I have customers that build them for their kids who will be graduating college soon and need an affordable place to live. I have customers who want to do this for their own retirement. And I have customers who simply want a guest house for family and friends. I think the most interesting is that I've had several customers already who have elected to build an ADU rather than demolish and rebuild their primary home. Yes, it really does offer that sort of incentive. I feel like it's so often that we criticize zoning changes because they're going to benefit developers. But accessory dwellings are different. This is a benefit to all property owners in the city. I love that City Council is working to unlock a benefit for all property owners, not just a few. From what I can see in the staff report and the community meetings that I've attended to date, I think staff has done a really good job so far of working through common sense rules for making accessory dwellings legal, functional, and affordable. Ultimately, you want to make sure they're small enough to remain accessory, but large enough to meet people's real needs and allow for some creativity, and also that the regulations are not so burdensome that folks can't afford them. I would offer one small insight. The ability for short-term rentals will be important for some in terms of affordability. Imagine that scenario where a property owner wants to build a guest house for family and friends, and it's a pretty big financial undertaking. So when they don't have those visitors, they may want or need to rent it in order to actually build the home. It's a real consideration. Even setting a limit for total number of days per year for short-term rentals might be worth further consideration. But I'll end by circling back to accessory dwellings being a real amazing product. I've been on the front lines of experiencing this, both from a builder perspective, as well as a customer perspective, and a neighbor perspective after they're done, and everybody can enjoy what's been built. It's really important that City Council approve this for the residents. Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Kravinsky, followed by Alex Maricola.
Good evening, Council. Bob Kravinsky, 215 West Columbia Street. I'm on the Housing Commission, but I'm speaking for myself as a resident. Talking about the accessory dwellings. First of all, I fully support the accessory dwellings, and I want to commend the planning staff for the great work they've done so far in their analysis. ADs provide much-needed diversity to our housing stock. They offer residents additional age-in-place options. They provide families with more living options, and they give homeowners a potential additional source of income to make ends meet. But I do want to question why the planning staff continues to recommend limiting the accessory dwelling size to 1,000 square feet. So as you know, the draft state law provides up to 1,500 square feet, allows for up to 1,500 square feet. The larger maximum would give homeowners much more living options and make construction of ADs more financially viable for the average resident. Of course, the dwellings would still need to conform to setback height and other restrictions. There are a lot of lots in the city that could accommodate a 1,500 square foot dwelling and blend harmoniously into the surrounding neighborhood. Importantly, during the dot voting portion of the two public open houses they had on ADs, September 25th and 29th, the vast majority of residents opted for larger ADs. In fact, given the option during the second session, residents largely opted for the 1,500 square foot maximum. So that's what the residents have said. So I would encourage the city council to question the planning staff as to why they're maintaining 1,000 square feet maximum when the residents have opted for the higher limit during public sessions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Alex Maricola, if anybody else would like to speak, please bring a speaker slip up. Thanks.
Good to see you, Alex. Good evening, City Council. I'm Alex Maricola. I live on Chanel Terrace. My words are my own. I want to briefly talk about ADUs, just real fast. I know you guys have probably heard quite a lot about it recently. I support it, but you probably already got that from all my other comments. I just want to caution City Council. There's a stereotype in local government and in government generally that things take forever, like way too long to get anything done. And it discourages people from ever interacting with local government because why the heck would I do that? It's going to take 2 years to get the smallest thing done. There's been a lot of talk here about ADUs and needing more data and information and public comment. And we've been talking about ADUs for the better part of a year. In other circles, even longer than that. There have been more than 10 opportunities for public input on ADUs. The idea that this needs to go on for longer borders on obtuse. I would really like this to just happen so that we can move on to other issues like minimum parking, something that should be on everybody's mind. Minimum parking regulations in the city of Falls Church are insane. We require parking spaces for arcade machines and horses. It's just true. I don't know why no one's looked at this. Someone should definitely change that. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is I picked up the legislative program on my way in here. And I looked here, there's an alternative motion to adopt this without positions on single stair dwellings and the endorsement of the bicycle safety stop. I just want to speak out harshly against this. This is a really bad idea to take the alternative motion on this. Single stair dwellings are somewhat controversial. There are debates to be had on single stair dwellings and on bicycle safety stops. But the bottom line is single stair dwellings are what is really going to support rental markets that aren't completely dominated by very large companies who, I state this with no hyperbole, absolutely evil. I've lived in buildings owned by Bozzuto. It is a awful and nightmarish experience. The rents go up every year. They don't allow you to negotiate longer leases. Anything that will help smaller developers have their own buildings will really help the city. And this is a very important step in making that happen. So please don't pass this alternative motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Sam Butler.
Good evening, Council. Sam Butler. I'm on Spring. I just wanted to share an anecdote from this morning, actually, underscoring how important this is. I was talking with some neighbors who are about my age, maybe, well, kind of roughly the age of a lot of the younger people in this room. They've lived in the city for a few years, early 30s, the types of people we'd hang out with at the concerts in the park in the summer, different types of city gatherings. This morning, they told me that they have to leave. Because they got priced out. And so they're now moving to Vienna. They just got a mortgage in Vienna for a place they can actually afford. So these are people who have been part of our community here in Falls Church for several years at a really important time, coming during the early part of the pandemic, right? People who were engaged, who were out in activities, and now they're gone because they couldn't afford it. We can easily imagine that if there was more ADUs here, if there's more options, then these are the types of people who could stay, who could have families here, like many of the younger people in the city or who would like to come here would want to do. So that kind of hit. It's just like losing neighbors, losing people that we know in the community. And I think that really underscores how important this ADU legislation is. I would support a strong opposition to short-term rentals, at least at the start. I think we saw really good impacts of that in New York City. It was very easy to enforce once they kind of got rid of the short-term rentals. They just came off the map immediately on Airbnb, and that really stabilized housing prices. So I think there could be a role for short-term rentals, maybe in the future, maybe kind of seeing how that goes. But it does strike me, I kind of like the idea of maybe a yearly limit on the number of days. It seems like that might be harder to enforce. It's a lot easier if you can just like look at Airbnb, see if there's anything on the map, and if there is, you know, it's kind of an issue. And I would just recommend Alex's comments as well on the importance of the single stair and the bike safety. Very, very important issues. So would encourage you to adopt it with those as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Great. Thank you all for coming out tonight. That was a lot of public comments. We appreciate the input. So let's move on to report the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Hardy and members of council. I've got a couple of things to report on tonight, so I'll move rather briskly through my report tonight. But I did want to start by congratulating our newest council member, Laura Downs, on her election to the city council. I want to, on behalf of city staff, thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to working with you on policies to support this vibrant community. Secondly, there's obviously personnel things happening here with the city, and you'll hear tonight from Paul Stoddard, and this will be his last meeting with the city council as our planning director. And we're going to have an event for Paul tomorrow here at City Hall, and folks are welcome to that. And more will be said in celebration of Mr. Stoddard's service to the city at that event. I do want to also thank Deputy Planning Director Gary Fuller, who will be stepping up to be our interim planning director as we go through the transition. And Mr. Fuller has 35 years of experience with the City of Falls Church and has great experience that he will bring to this position to help lead our wonderful planning team through this transition. In addition, Mr. Jim Snyder has informed the CPED staff and me that he plans to retire in the coming year. He has indicated his intent to retire in January. And so we want to thank Jim Snyder for his service to the city. We'll have an event for him probably in the early part of 2025 where we can say more about his transformative leadership on the city staff. So thank you to these members of our city staff. I want to note that and offer congratulations to the Aurora House staff. We've achieved 100% accreditation from the Department of Juvenile Justice. This is a big effort led by our Aurora House director, Jessica Moises, and I want to thank her for her leadership and for the work of the entire staff. I want to note for the public that we have construction that's about to begin on Wallace Street for the Wallace Street sidewalk project to improve walkability in that area of the South Washington Street corridor. This project will feature new sidewalks, obviously, but also our first sort of dual directional bike lane, which we're installing in this area to tie in with bike facilities that ultimately connect up with Maple Street. So if the business community could bear with us during that construction, but we hope to be completed with that project in December. I want to note for the public that as we go into the holiday season, that there's a one-stop shop for all of the holiday events that will be coming up in the coming weeks. And so go to the city website. We have listed all the holiday events there in one place. And those include opportunities to donate toys through both the police, the sheriff, and the library's toy donation efforts. There'll be a Winter Wonderland event at 5:30 on December 3rd. That's the Tuesday after the Thanksgiving holiday at Founders Row. And that's where we also turn on the holiday lights that extend for the entire length of West Broad Street. And Watch Night will be again this year on New Year's Eve on December 31st, and all are welcome to that. We'll have more on that at the council's December 9th meeting. And then lastly, I will just note that for Thanksgiving, city offices will be closed on Thanksgiving and on Friday, the following Friday. The community center will be open on Friday from 8:30 a.m. till 11 o'clock at night, and the library will be open on Saturday and Sunday for its normal library hours. That is all I have to report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shields. Do we have questions for Mr. Shields or council requests? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And thanks again for everybody who came for public comment tonight. And Wyatt, thank you for the update. I wanted to ask you to address the continuing emails that we're receiving on the signage at West Falls. I noticed that we actually have some sidewalk opening on the Haycock side of the West Falls development, but that it goes around the corner, but it doesn't quite connect yet to the high school, middle school, high school campus. Could you just give us an update on where we are and ensure that we have the appropriate signage to make sure our pedestrians and bikers are safely navigating that as it continues to change on a weekly basis?
So thank you for the question. We have installed a new package of signage to help provide direction to pedestrians who are trying to make their way through the West Falls site. And we've received some comment on that. We're assessing that comment. We believe the signage that's up there now is correct and provides good routing for people who are trying to get through the site. We do have, we're really looking forward to very ample new sidewalks that will be constructed all along and through the site, and those will be very easy for the public to navigate, but we're in the midst, or Hoffman is in the midst of constructing those right now, and so the signage is necessary to help people find their way to Mustang Alley and then ultimately back to Haycock Road if they're trying to come from the east, or basically from west of town and go through the site to get to other parts in the city. So that's the update. I'd be happy to answer any further questions if there's a desire for more detail on that.
If I could jump in on that one, because I actually was up at the Meridian campus about 2 hours ago. The light at Mustang Alley and Haycock is still on flash, which I think when that happens, the ped button doesn't work, and so people can't cross Haycock. The light is there now, so it's certainly brighter intersection, so we appreciate staff working with the developers on that, but the temporary signal is still on flash.
So it goes to flash, and that's not what it's supposed to be doing. It goes to that when it is like the generator is not working properly, and so it's running off of battery. So that is not what the normal condition is, and so there must have been something wrong when you experienced it. You had noted that to me earlier after the football game, and that was shared with the development team, and they indicated that they were going to fix it, so I'll follow up with them again to make sure that that is permanently, well...
It seems to happen at night a lot, so I don't know whether it just runs out of batteries during the day.
Yeah, I think there is a solar power dimension to it for the battery, but there's also supposed to be a backup generator.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Hiscott. Did you have more comments or requests?
No, that's the main request, just to make sure that we're continuing to provide safe access around that. And I know it changes weekly, and that's difficult to do, but it's key and important that we do so. So thank you for those updates, and we'll look forward to seeing that on the flash as well, so we don't have that.
Great. Ms. Flynn?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know if it was at our last meeting or at the work session where I raised the Great Falls Trail Crossing median, and I noticed, driving through there in the dark last week that the flexi posts with the reflective, bands were up in order to help highlight the existence of the median for drivers in the dark while we're awaiting the installation of the lighting. So just wanted to thank staff for that safety improvement. And I know in time it will look even better than it does right now, but at least safety first right now for both the people crossing the trail and the people driving through there.
Thanks for that comment, and we'll share that with staff. I will share with the council, we do have some bad news on the lighting. The lighting is supposed to be turned on and activated. Their Dominion has expressed concern about the poles. They reviewed the plans at the engineering phase, and they signed off on all the plans. Now that they're installed, They have some concerns about those poles and their proximity to the voltage lines above. We're working through that, but that is going to be a further delay in the lighting of those intersections.
Ms. Downs?
Thank you so much, Mr. Shields. This is a question that has nothing to do with your report that you just gave us, but thank you so much for that report. We received a letter from the public, which is new to me, about the deer population. And I thought it caught my attention because Arlington County is going through this right now, trying to decide what to do about their growing deer population. And just wanted to know if this is something that is new coming to the city, if you've heard anything about this, complaints about the growing deer population. Thanks.
Well, we got correspondence on it this week. I don't have a response yet. At this point, we'll have some discussions with staff and perhaps engage with the council. You may note that in your January agenda, there is an item that will be related to this potentially, and so we can talk about that.
Okay, great. Not trying to put you on the spot. I just didn't know if it had ever come before the city, so I'm sure this will be something we
It
can...
has not, to my recollection.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Other requests? Okay, I've got some. I think Ms. Schwartz is still in the audience. I think she commented about removing the $1 sticker fee. I recall when we discussed our solid waste strategy, the plan is in the upcoming budget cycle, staff was going to consider adding a third bin for organics. And so theoretically, leaves could go into that bin that would be provided alongside your trash and your recycling. Is that still on track for discussion in the coming budget?
It is, yes.
Okay, and hopefully that could address the concern about needing separate bagging and stickers, so stay tuned for that. Thank you for your comment on that. On the memo that Mr. Akin presented from the CACT, I guess two questions. One is, in light of the recommendation from the CACT and staff, is there a request for additional money from Public Works to kind of get caught up on the paving?
So Public Works has put out numbers, and it's in the budget book in terms of what we need to do in terms of annual funding to put our paving program on a sustainable basis. And it is a larger number than what is currently in the budget. The City Council did take very strong actions at the request of DPW and the city manager to increase funding for paving. And we want to make continual progress to get that to the sustainable level that the DPW believes is necessary with each budget year to move in that direction. So we anticipate we'll continue that push with next year's budget.
Okay. I guess separately, my second part of that, the 2B follow-up, is we just finished our last budget amendment, and so was this an opportunity where one-time money could have funded these paving requests, and if so, do we need to consider that again?
Well, we have a very full paving slate for this fall and for next spring with the funds that the council has appropriated. So we felt that, we had a very good program for paving this year. We'll revisit that, and for future years, we'll want to grow and build off of that.
Okay. And I know that members of the public have also commented to many of us about the condition on Little Falls and Park Avenue, and I think staff is following up on doing some patching there where possible.
We're going to, in December, do some repaving on Park Avenue and some of the rough sections. And so stay tuned on that, but it is, the condition deteriorated on us more quickly than we were hoping to bridge through all the way to the Great Streets project. That's not going to be possible, so we will take appropriate action.
Okay. Great, thank you. And thank you to the CACT for your work on that. My last one is on our speed cameras, so our pilot speed cameras. I think my calendar said it's been a month now since we've implemented and turned on citations. And so I would love an update from our police on how we're doing, whether it's hitting the numbers we thought, whether it's deterring the bad behavior that we don't want, since we have a month of data under our belt, hopefully.
Well, we'll certainly share that data. And really what we're going to be looking for is decreases in violations over time. That's the purpose of the program. That's what we hope to see.
Yep, especially in light of requesting additional authority from Richmond. I think that would be great data to share with them real time of, hey, we implemented this for a month, here's actually results. And I think it would help with our argument for that.
And so we'll take the opportunity for anybody who's listening during school hours along the St. James frontage. The speed limit is 20 miles per hour, and it is enforced by speed camera. And it is really an important safety consideration. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic going across West Broad Street at that location, and ask for drivers to be respectful of that.
Great, thank you.
Can Can we just add, we've had over the years, many St. James parents come and speak to us about that. In addition to the data on the decrease in violations, I would love to hear their experiences as well, walking their kids to and from, and whether, hopefully that's making a positive impact. I'd love to get both the hard data from the police, but also the feedback from the community as to whether it's providing the impact we hope it would.
Good idea. Thank you. And then finally, welcome Ms. Downs, and thank you to staff for that lovely reception before our meeting tonight. Okay, I think that's it for council requests. Let's move on to business on the agenda.
Agnes, did you have an item you wanted
Yes.
to address before we got to this?
Yes. Before we call Mr. Stoddard and Mr. Trainer up, we had actually a special surprise that we wanted to recognize Paul with. In honor of your last city council meeting, we have a recognition for you, Paul. So come on up. We're going to embarrass you, if it's okay. I'm sure we all have comments, but I have something official to read to you, if you don't mind being put on the spot. So tonight, it is the Falls Church City Council's pleasure and honor to recognize the achievements of Paul Stoddard during his 12 years of service to the City of Falls Church. He joined the city as an intern with the city's planning department in 2012, ultimately rising to the position of planning director in 2018. During his tenure, Mr. Stoddard played a leading role as staff, residents, and the City Council worked together to adopt new small area plans, update the city's comprehensive plan, and manage the entitlement process for major developments, including West Falls, Broad and Washington, Founders Row, and Founders Row 2. Under Mr. Stoddard's leadership, the planning department was pivotal in efforts to enact the City Council's vision of a vibrant, inclusive, and walkable city. He led the way on initiatives designed to provide exciting infill development in the downtown entertainment area, create affordable housing, provide improved W&OD trail access and crossings, and implement innovative transportation plans to make the city safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. The City Council appreciates Mr. Stoddard's thoughtful and collaborative work with the community. His responsive, intelligent, patient, and empathetic responses in the community forums and other collaborations with the public have earned respect from residents who often compliment his work as a public servant. Mr. Stoddard served as a mentor and guide for planners as they entered the profession, and through his words and actions, he's helped build the next generation of leaders. As he leaves his employment with the City Council wishes Mr. Stoddard the best in his future endeavors and thanks him for the lasting impact his thoughtful work will have in the City of Falls Church. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Hardy. Members of council, thank you. I'm grateful that Falls Church is a place that gave me my first opportunity to be a professional planner, and the comments that you closed with, the opportunity to engage directly with the public, that's why I got into community planning in the first place. I think Falls Church is such a special place. The history of the community, the people that make it what it is really what makes it special. The local businesses, the local identity. When people come to Falls Church, they know where they are, and they really love being here. So, I guess I'll transition to my second point and say I'm honored with the trust that you all have put in me to serve as the planning director for the years that I've had that opportunity. And so I want to say thank you for both those things, the opportunity to be a planner here with the City of Falls Church and also to serve as your planning director. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we have some comments up here, and so let's start. Vice Mayor?
I think the proclamation said it pretty eloquently, so I can't really compare, but I just want to thank you personally for all you've done to, with a steady hand, a calm demeanor, engage with our community in so many different ways and take in all kinds of advice and incorporate it into your outlook and have it augment the research and the planning that you've done. I loved seeing how well read you are in planning, and when people reference a book, you're like, oh yeah, in chapter 3 of that book, it highlighted X, Y, and Z, and I just think that really showed that you have a genuine curiosity and an intellectual pursuit of how to go about planning, and it's really a true passion, and that's inspiring to residents and council and staff alike. So thank you for sharing that passion, that curiosity, and that intelligent approach to planning. Really, really have enjoyed it and wish you all the best. And maybe we can lure you back to Falls Church someday, in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Underhill.
I remember when I was on the Housing Commission and I had the opportunity to meet with you, something you said really stuck with me, and actually it was echoed in your remarks just now, which is, we talked for an hour, and I asked you, after speaking to you for an hour, I was like, how do you get anything done? Like, if you're talking to residents all the time, like, how do you get things done in the city? And you mentioned something about 1,000 cups of tea, and how, I guess this was apocryphal, but someone in Tokyo had a plan to get a metro station built or something, and the way that they got it done was by meeting people and talking with them, and over 1,000 cups of tea. And so that was sort of your philosophy, was 1,000 cups of tea, and that's something that really resonates with me as I go out into the community and talk with people too. So thank you.
Great. Oh, this one.
I'm just going to say thank you to Paul as well. I'd say to, Wyatt, it's kind of funny that as a resident, I felt like I had more access to Paul than I do as a council member because, we want to be very mindful, right, of the dynamic of being on council and going through, Wyatt and Sally and Celeste to staff. But it's funny, and it sort of reflects well on Falls Church that as a resident, you do have, so much access to staff. And I do just want to thank you, for your enthusiasm and professionalism and patience and sort of your willingness to, I think, engage in sort of those difficult, complex conversations that do accompany planning because of kind of the different concerns that are in play and sort of the balancing act that we have to achieve and our kind of responsibility to look at, what it is that you're trying to accomplish and how you do that in a way that, serves the community as a whole still. So thank you again for that. And I appreciate all your work and best wishes in Alexandria.
Ms. Connolly?
Thanks, Mayor Hardy. Mr. Stoddard, I just want to echo all of that. Congratulations. I feel like you started as a baby planner when I started as a baby council member, and you have taught me so much in the time that I have been on council. Your wise consideration of different things, all of the topics that you've covered. We have made some big changes in the city in a very positive way because of the expertise that you have brought. It has always been a pleasure to work with you, and it has been my joy to consider you my colleague. And I wish you luck in Alexandria and with your family as well. Thanks.
Ms. Downs.
I'm just sorry we didn't get to work that much together. No, seriously, on the campaign trail, the community holds you in very high regard, really. And so I had heard great things about you. So I was really looking forward to working with you. So I'm sorry we won't have that opportunity. But as a resident, I want to thank you for all you've done for our little city, and that, your commitment to the city has just been, above and beyond. And so I want to wish you all the best and hope you stay in touch. And Wyatt, maybe we can lure him back at some point. But best of luck to you, and thank you for everything.
Great. So with that, I'll wrap up. I think everyone said it so well, but I think personally, I have learned so much from you, Paul, so thank you for that. I think in your comments tonight, it really reflected that special mix of skills you have between being earnest. I always called you like our best Boy Scout, and your patience and your enthusiasm mixed with smarts is a really special quality. And I'm so grateful for that positive can-do attitude you've had in everything that you've done, really from taking kind of planning concepts to reality and being really practical about it for the community. I think that's been really important. So as everyone said, don't be a stranger. The door's always open for you, and wish you best of luck. So with that, let's move on to accessory dwellings. I forgot, we should do a photo. So come on up, and then we will get to accessory dwellings. Okay, so with that, Madam Clerk, can you call the item, please?
Yes, would you like me to read both of the items that are related to accessory dwellings?
I guess I would ask the city attorney if that's okay?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. First, we have TR 24-40, resolution to initiate an amendment to the zoning code of the City of Falls Church, Chapter 48 zoning, to allow attached, detached, and interior accessory dwellings as a permitted accessory use in the R1A, R1B, and RM districts, and to allow attached and detached accessory dwelling structures in those districts. And second, we have TO 24-17, ordinance to amend City Code Chapter 48 zoning to allow accessory dwellings as permitted accessory uses in the R1A, R1B, and RM districts, and to allow detached accessory dwellings, and to amend the City Code Chapters 42 utilities to regulate the water and sewer connections of accessory dwellings.
Welcome. Mr. Trainer, Mr. Stoddard.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hardy, members of council. I am Paul Stoddard, the planning director with the City of Falls Church. I will set this item up briefly before I turn it over to our lead planner on this one, Mr. Jack Trainer, one of our senior planners with the city. As the clerk mentioned, there are two items for you to act on. The first is TR 2440, which is a resolution that is required under the State Code of Virginia when a locality chooses to amend its zoning ordinance. And then the second is TO 2417, the ordinance that would actually amend the city code. The request tonight, I just talked through that. So let me jump over to line 17, which is the recommendation. Staff does recommend approval of both motions that are in the packet. One thing just to pull up from that draft resolution to initiate the zoning process, that resolution does identify a number of potential community benefits that could come along with the proposed changes, such as aging in place for existing community members, opportunities for multi-generational housing, as well as generally diversifying the city's housing supply to better support households at a variety of price points and different life stages. Of course, there's a lot of analysis that goes into that, and I'm going to leave the portion of that report to Mr. Trainer. And just another thing on timing and process here, what's before you tonight is a consideration for first reading, which of course is not the end of the process. From here, there would still be formal consideration by the general public at a walking tour, as well as multiple open houses, as well as formal input from your planning commission that would include markup from them, and of course your own opportunities for markup even before considering final consideration. I do want to jump over to line 327 just to highlight where the process is in its timeline. So timing, of course, this began with initial scoping that was done at the end of last calendar year, and then a kickoff with the City Council in May. The preliminary workshop, of course, included opportunities for this group to comment, as well as the general public. That input was used to form the draft framework, which was, of course, shared with the general public and improved in the drafting of the code that is before you tonight. And as I mentioned, the item there is on November 25th, consideration of first reading. And you can see a listing of the events that I mentioned that would happen subsequent to tonight if the council chooses to vote on first reading and formal referral. But with that, by way of introduction, I'll turn it over to Mr. Trainer.
And actually, Mr. Trainer, if I could ask you to pause, we all have to read that conflicts disclosure again, which we just remembered to do. And I don't have a copy, but I think we have found one, so. Thank you. So we'll start with Ms. Downs in that way and pass it down.
The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass. And as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful thought, I have determined I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
And I'm not a property owner in an R1A, R1B, or RM zone, and so I'm going to pass this along to my colleagues.
Thank you. The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass, and as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful thought, I have determined that I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass, and as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful thought, I've determined that I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass, and as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful thought, I've determined that I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass, and as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful thought, I have determined that I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Ms. Connolly.
The City Council is discussing tonight the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I, like many others in the city, am an owner of residential property that would be eligible for an accessory dwelling unit if the proposed ordinance were to pass. And as a result, my property may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the ordinance. After careful consideration, I have determined that I am able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Great, thank you. Any other disclosures?
Council, I also am an owner of real estate in the city, residential property that would benefit from an ordinance that would, with regulations of accessory dwelling units. I have provided a written disclosure of that interest to the city clerk, and that's on file.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Trainer.
Before I let Mr. Trainer get going, there is one thing I want to suggest for your correction, and that is on line 411, the initiating resolution. And I appreciated the comment tonight. Instead of referencing TO 2411, that should reference TO 2417. That's the reference on lines 411 and 412.
Thank you for that.
We all set?
Yep, for real
Okay.
this time.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, council. Thanks for having me. I'm Jack Trainer, senior planner. Before you tonight is consideration for first reading on potential updates to the zoning ordinance related to accessory dwellings. Like every time we come back to you with an updated proposal, incorporating feedback and making improvements from the last time we were before you. And so I want to start with the table on line 61, updates since November 4, 2024, council's work session. This is a summary of items and topics that we heard discussed at that last work session and have been incorporated into the draft framework and the draft code before you tonight. So I'm going to spend the bulk of my time in presentation in this chart. So the first topic we heard substantial debate about was how will short-term rental use be regulated in accessory dwellings. There was a request for the city attorney to look into what powers the city had to perhaps make short-term rental more restrictive. After the fact, we did look into those considerations. And as a result, staff is, recommending to start with this consideration for expanded accessory dwelling regulations to prohibit short-term rental use in accessory dwellings. Again, this is kind of a refocusing of the topics at hand to be, more focused on the residential and housing aspects, and staff recommends looking at short-term rental citywide down the road. Somewhat related is the owner occupancy requirement consideration. Staff continues to recommend no owner occupancy requirement related to accessory dwellings. This is kind of dovetailed with the recommendation to prohibit short-term rental in accessory dwellings. There was also discussion we heard around the accessory dwelling definitions provided and how those kind of play with accessory structures. And so an updated definition has been provided on accessory dwellings, and that's on line 473 of the draft code. And essentially what the change is regulating and describing a accessory dwelling based on the intended use versus an accessory structure. And this would be done at the zoning permit or certificate of occupancy permit when that's issued for the accessory dwelling, specifying that the accessory dwelling is meant for residential uses or habitation, and for accessory structures not meant as an accessory dwelling or not permitted as such, that certificate of occupancy would, stipulate that that building is meant for non-residential uses as well. Regarding stormwater regulations, staff is recommending no changes from the current regulations. And this is based on a review of the Virginia State Code. Staff did look into, what options were on the table for requiring stricter stormwater regulations for accessory structures. And it does appear that the city, does have the power to require grading plans for a lower disturbance area threshold. So right now that's 2,500 square feet. That's enforced, for single-family homes. Accessory structures, depending on the size, may not meet that requirement or that threshold. However, staff's not aware of any localities that have lowered that threshold for accessory structures. And so this would kind of require further study, not only on what that effect might be on the administrative side, but also for the property owner, and what additional costs that might incur in consideration of, the stormwater effects that not just an accessory dwelling, but any accessory structure permitted may result in. So instead, staff's recommending the changes to Code Section 48238 that would facilitate zoning enforcement of current lot coverage maximums during the certificate of occupancy review process. And that requires both, that includes both impervious surface maximums, tree canopy coverage, and building coverage maximums. The next topic we have is, can the water and sewer hookup fees be decreased for accessory dwellings? We included this information, I believe last time, was a table showing kind of what the estimated associated costs are with all new utility hookups. Those are still included in the report. But also included in the draft recommendations is an update to these requirements that would allow for accessory dwellings to essentially connect to the existing utility lines on the lot. This would, just extend through the principal structure and connect to the accessory dwelling. And would, largely diminish those utility fees. This has been discussed a little bit already, but allowing accessory dwellings in the RM districts. Staff's included the proposed code amendments providing for accessory dwellings as remaining as conditional uses in the RM districts. This is in contrast to the proposal to allow accessory dwellings as by right accessory uses in the R1A and R1B districts. Again, kind of refocusing the conversation on the housing front, staff recommends, keeping this current regulation that's on the books today where accessory dwellings are permitted as conditional uses in the RM district. Regarding eligible lot analysis, we devoted a larger section to this in the staff report that's on line 165, where staff conducted a GIS analysis looking at current building and impervious surface coverages in the R1A and R1B districts, and kind of comparing those two, and we found that there are approximately 2,400 single-family detached homes in the city, and that of those total lots, approximately 56% have sufficient available lot and building coverage to construct an accessory dwelling unit. That's based on the assumption of a 300 square foot floor area, and so that was our minimum level at making that analysis. Again, I'm willing happy to talk more about that analysis in detail. But the last kind of substantial update in the proposal is the floor area measurement consistency. The draft code on line 1,136 and 1,137 has been clarified that square footage of an accessory dwelling will use gross floor area as defined in the zoning ordinance, and that's essentially the total horizontal floor area between the walls of each level. Let's see. So we have, I guess I'll just kind of run through and flag the rest of the updates in the staff report. We've kind of updated the list of affected zoning sections beginning in line 107. And then we've also updated the draft framework. Again, I touched on kind of all the major changes in that framework, so I won't kind of go through all of those, but I'm happy to talk more at length about any specific recommendation. And then I'll just wrap up kind of where Mr. Stoddard did with the timing section. I just want to flag post, kind of where we are in the process. If council is considering, obviously, first reading tonight, formal consideration or final consideration isn't scheduled, at least right now, until March of 2025. So in that time, we'll be going back to boards and commissions and having additional work sessions. We're going to schedule 2 more community and open house meetings. We're looking at kind of what the optimal dates will be for those, as well as a walking tour. So those details are still to come, but will be advertised, and those will be happening in the December to January timeframe. So I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thanks.
Great. Before I turn it over for questions and comments, first of all, Mr. Trainer, really appreciate how responsive you are. I think I went to the last Planning Commission meeting and jotted down notes from all their comments, as well as the council comments we had in our work session. So I really appreciate the matrix format of tracking all the themes that you've heard, the comments, and then the follow-ups. So thank you for doing that. With that, let's start with questions and comments from up here. Who wants to go first? Ms. Downs?
We're all a little gun shy. Okay. Well, first of all, I thank you very much for your presentation. I completely agree with the mayor. I thought the chart made it very easy to understand some of the changes that were made, and showed how responsive you all have been to listening to feedback. And just a couple thoughts and comments just to kick us off. Some of the comments tonight during public comment were about that this is being rushed and we shouldn't run. I think if you look at the timeline, which Mr. Stoddard referenced later in the document, you can see that this has almost been a year when this first started, in terms of the very beginning with the staff looking at this. And again, this is the document in front of us also has the Planning Commission feedback incorporated, as well as our own City Council feedback incorporated. So to me, this is this has not been rushed. It's been for where we are, this has been almost well before, obviously, I was sworn in, that you all have been working on this, and obviously taking into, I attended both accessory dwelling sessions that you all held while I was a candidate, and, one of the things that came up again and again and again were the short-term rentals, and so I was really gratified to see that that was addressed in this document. So, I would just say that I think that this is not being rushed. I think this council and the city has really put in the work to get us to where we are today. And as you note, there's still a lot of time that the public can learn about this and give more feedback. So this is definitely something that will just a starting point to get us, we won't be making any final decisions until the spring. And so just a couple of thoughts I'll just throw out, and I know everyone has their opinions as well. I thought it was interesting how you all noted, well, the 56% I thought was interesting, that was the estimate of how many lots would qualify. And even though I read the disclaimer, I don't think our lot would qualify. I don't think we would have that availability of a lot. So I thought that was interesting. And the fact that somewhere in this document it talks about Arlington has only had 78 built since 2014. So I think that sort of shows you in that your staff thinks that maybe we would have 2 a year. So I think it just puts it in context that this isn't, going to be huge numbers of structures going up as far as, we think. And then I'll just put this, I'm sure that everyone's going to have, one other thing I liked really where you referenced reminding the public that we do have an existence nuisance code, so that if people, if there's issues with property maintenance, noise, light emissions, there are ways that can be addressed. I thought that was a great reminder. And again, I'll just throw this out. I'm sure people have their own thoughts, but for me, I personally have experience with this because our next door neighbor knocked down their garage and built a 2-story garage in its place, and they have their au pair living in the and I'm okay with that. But I've just gone through this personally myself, and so I would say, based on my experience or our experience, and having now a 2-foot structure 15 feet from the property line, it does still seem like it's pretty close to us. So I would just I'd like to really kind of throw out, could we look at maybe a 10-foot setback? For me, I think the 1,500 square feet, I would be supportive of that. To me, maybe the setback is something I would really maybe want to just talk about a little bit more. I noted that a resident, Christine Ward, wrote in, and I thought she had an interesting point about talking, if you did 10 feet, that would give you at least enough room that you could put in shrubbery and trees and things like that, to give yourself some more privacy. So it is interesting that this is coming up because, as I said, we're dealing, and again, I support our neighbor having that. I don't want to be misunderstood. I support our neighbor having that living space for their au pair. Because it was a story higher, and even though it is 15 feet from the property line, our windows do, we have less privacy now. And so I think part of it is, too, it's a very delicate balance between having a more diverse housing stock and providing this option, but also trying to maintain harmony among neighbors. So I think it's a delicate balance, but I am 100% on board with ADUs. That's just some thoughts I have, and I look forward to hearing more from the public and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flynn?
Sure. I can go next. So I have some clarifying questions. I guess in response to public comment, I would sort of say, we have, as council, an obligation to the community, to property owners, in terms of their ability to use their property to fit their needs and meet their family needs, but also to their neighbors and their property value in terms of ensuring that we don't create issues or environmental impacts that affects the equity that other people have also been working hard to build, and that we also have an obligation to the larger community on fiscal impact and how we're managing these issues, and that government often does move slowly, but because it has to account for multiple stakeholders, it has to account for competing concerns, and we need to do our best to get this right. So I admit things don't need to be perfect, but we do need to act responsibly and be proactive about addressing, corresponding impacts to the changes that we're envisioning, and the policies that we're seeking to take up. I've had concerns, about process issues and how we go about land use and zoning. I, raised those questions. I would be interested in the city attorney's feedback, not, only with respect to accessory dwellings, but more generally about the question I raised regarding Virginia code and council's ability to refer zoning text amendments to the Planning Commission for their recommendation in the first instance before we get to first reading, because I think that in many regards it can actually lead to a much better product and a more efficient use of time for council to set clear policy objectives and policy goals, and then to give that to our Planning Commission and to rely on their expertise instead of, in my mind, which has been somewhat not a rushed process. I know we've been doing this for a long time, but somewhat of an inefficient process in terms of the ping-ponging back and forth between different boards and commissions, the Planning Commission and the City Council, for any resident trying to sort of follow what it is that's going on with this ordinance. You have to, tune into multiple meetings. You have to kind of follow, the ball around in terms of what's happening. You need to kind of have in your mind those different conversations to even understand what's going on with the matrix, because staff is basically mediating conversations that are happening at the Planning Commission and City Council, instead of the Planning Commission having a fulsome conversation and then giving a recommendation to City Council that we then take up, with the benefit of a public hearing before Planning Commission and more public hearings before Council. So my issue hasn't been with this being rushed. My issue has been with whether we're going about our planning changes and zoning text amendments in sort of the correct way as a general matter. And it feels sort of top down to me in ways that I think there can be anchoring effects and people can get entrenched in sort of their views about what it is they want and are less sort of receptive to public input over time and are sort of conveying to the public that, you haven't been aware and paying attention for a year that we've been doing something, when frankly, the thing that is before us for first reading tonight is something that the public in this form has seen for the first time in the last 5 days. So in my mind, that isn't like a great way to go about legislating, but I understand that I have colleagues that have different views on that, and that's fine. I just wanted to make clear kind of where I stand with things prior to some more clarifying questions. So earlier I raised a question about, this was to planning staff so that they kind of knew where I was going with this, and asking about RM districts. Both the resolution and the ordinance reference RM districts as allowing attached, detached, and interior accessory dwellings in the code language. My understanding is that we're trying to retain current code allowances for RM districts, which makes sense to me in terms of internal accessory dwellings, but can staff just address why it isn't clear in the code language, for example, that residential multifamily would be limited to internal, as opposed to it reading as though attached, detached, and interior are all available to RM districts?
Sure. So it is, more likely than not that any accessory dwelling in an RM district would be associated with probably a townhouse or a attached multifamily structure. And that would probably be internal, just because of the coverage limitations. There's also building safety considerations like blocking ingress and egress from the rear of the property. So, more likely than not, just the way that structure is built, the AD would be limited to the internal. Because this is, is being proposed as being left as a conditional use, it would go on a case-by-case basis to the Board of Zoning Appeals staff that it was appropriate to leave that flexibility in there in the event that there is a situation where a multifamily individual unit may be able to have a different form. Maybe that better suits their needs. But more likely than not, this would be an internal unit.
Technically, though, if you have RM districts, like let's say something like Merrill House or Garden Apartments, that under this ordinance, if they had the lot coverage, like the ownership of Merrill House could decide to put like 1,000-foot AD in the green space.
That's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still, I think, on the state level, this kind of scenario isn't mentioned either. And so staff is working, with the senator to, help kind of maybe clarify some of these, perhaps things that weren't, addressed in the state legislation.
Yeah, and I don't raise it, to kind of throw an absurd example out there. I just raise it because I think if we're doing code language, it makes sense to clearly convey what it is that people can or can't do or should invest time in trying to do in different districts. And so I would support a change on line 911 to make clear that the conditional uses permitted by special use permit in the RM district are internal accessory dwellings, as opposed to leaving an open question as to whether attached or detached units would be allowed. And then as to just some of the other questions I had on specific provisions, I appreciate that the short-term, rental use has been addressed because of the overarching concern that kept coming up in the town halls that some people did attend. In terms of the owner occupancy requirement, my understanding is that Arlington and Fairfax do have them, right, in terms of owner occupancy for either the principal dwelling or the accessory dwelling, and that the Senate Bill 304 would have allowed localities to have that requirement. So can you just speak to, and I know this is related somewhat to the short-term rentals, but speak to not having that requirement, and I guess maybe conceptually for me, when I think about the owner occupancy requirement, I do kind of think about an accessory use to a principal dwelling as opposed to multifamily, rentals on what is a single family like zoned lot. And so having two multifamily rentals, is that actually an accessory use, or is that just sort of like a different use than the envisioned zone that you would normally have? And so I guess I would be interested in staff speaking to that. Like I've said before, I kind of do support a waiver requirement. The idea of, someone being domiciled in the city means that they could go away for a job or go away for school and come back. And there may be instances in which you would be renting both homes on the property, but overall, it seems like in terms of an accessory use that it often does flow in terms of some relation to the owner occupancy in either of the dwellings.
Yeah, so the owner occupancy is something that, you're right, Arlington and Fairfax do have. Fairfax also does not permit short-term rental in their accessory dwellings, and Arlington does. They have a larger setup and regulation process. So the owner occupancy is something that, I think communities kind of grapple with across the board there. Thinking about the owner occupancy requirement is, and you touched on it, that it would provide kind of maximum flexibility for the property owner to introduce two kind of long-term renters on the property to kind of households that would use the property for their permanent residence in the absence of the short-term rental requirements. So with with that in mind, staff was recommending this flexibility in kind of in light of removing that short-term rental requirement.
And then on stormwater regulations, is there, we talked about this 2,500 square feet for the grading plans, and I take it that the grading plans are the only way that you actually assess the stormwater impacts of the development? And so can you just speak to sort of how having a grading plan or reducing that requirement can actually help address any environmental impacts, and whether a grading plan also requires, for example, notice to adjacent lots that wouldn't otherwise occur if it's just the building of the accessory dwelling without a grading plan. Because I guess I have some concerns that we say, well, just deal with a nuisance later, and my concern is not really a nuisance. My concern is that if you're putting a 25-foot tall building 5 feet from a lot line, that's going to create stormwater impacts and potentially create like tree, death issues that the neighboring owner may have to deal with and absorb costs, a year or 2 years later. And so if grading plans tend to be accompanied by notice requirements, then at least the neighbor can say, okay, I'm going to have the tree company out to assess the health of the tree, and pre-accessory dwelling, the tree was healthy, and post-accessory dwelling, it's not, and fell on the neighbor's house. So like that there's some sort of causal link or chain for the neighbor to potentially address an issue that affected their property value if we're not doing that through a grading plan sort of requirement.
Sure. So currently, you're right, there's a public review team when a site plan's submitted, or a grading plan, excuse me, that goes to the, I think its acronym is SMART, SMWRT, Stormwater Management Review Team. There are public meetings where neighbors can come and look at, the stormwater impacts that an adjoining development could have on their property. Also currently, absent a grading plan, there's language in the code that does not allow basically zoning enforcement of the impervious surface area. So part of the recommendation is to remove that specific line of code to allow existing lot coverages to be enforced. So absent a grading plan, those existing lot coverages would still be enforced. And so, that would kind of remain the law of the land across the board, regardless of, it's for a single family home, for an accessory home, or other accessory structure. And so that's part of the thinking. There's also, in the consideration for the different setbacks, there's the different height and size limitations that, have corresponding setback requirements. So the thinking is, a taller, larger accessory dwelling would be required to be set back, the 10 feet, and a smaller one would be closer to the lot, which would have a smaller footprint and stormwater impact. So I think those were the two kind of considerations. In addition to, like I said kind of earlier, we did look into the possibility of lowering that threshold for accessory structures. There wasn't a real good consensus about what a ideal number might be to lower that to, and it would apply across the board for any accessory structure. So garages, pool houses, anything that is a structure would have the same stormwater impact as an accessory dwelling. It would just be used differently. So for equity considerations and for kind of different or additional reasons that I stated in the beginning, administrative and cost to the property owner for producing a grading plan, which can cost up to about $30,000. Staff recommended, as an alternative, empowering the zoning administrator to enforce those existing lot coverages.
Right. And then on the grading plan is the thing that is keyed to the tree canopy requirement, right?
Right.
So when the person comes in without a grading plan with their accessory dwelling application, staff doesn't at all, for example, look to see whether that lot will retain any 20% coverage, tree canopy coverage, after that accessory dwelling is built, correct?
After, like an as-built? After it's built, sorry.
So say the lot has 20% now, there's no calculation when the accessory dwelling applicant comes in that relates to tree canopy at all, correct?
Current, right, except, under, absent a grading plan.
Right, so under this proposal, what I'm saying is that we have represented, and I've raised this before on that chart, that the current regulations stay the same and there's compliance with existing standards. And I would just ask that we strike the reference to 20% tree canopy requirement, because I think it's misleading in terms of, retaining a 20% tree canopy on lots if there's no actual assessment of the impact of the accessory dwelling on tree canopy. And because there's no grading requirement, there's no 20% tree canopy requirement going forward as to that lot post-development, right?
Well, it would trigger the grading plan if you disturb more than 2,500, so it would still apply.
Yeah, but we're saying that oftentimes if the footprint is only a 300 square foot footprint, you may not trigger a 2,500 square foot grading plan. So for a lot of I just would prefer we not reference that we're complying with the 20% tree canopy requirement, and that the accessory dwellings are not going to affect the 20% tree canopy requirement if that's not actually true and enforceable or assessed in any sort of way.
Just for our awareness, is that in the staff report or is that in the ordinance itself?
Well, I think it's in the staff report on page 7.
Okay.
But, when we've been talking and doing, I think, slides with the public, we often also talk about there's no tree canopy impact because it retains a 20% tree canopy requirement on the residential lot. And so this is no different, for example, than putting a large house on a lot, and there are different impacts because the impervious coverage is located in different places, and there are also different tree canopy requirements because a home has a grading plan. And I understand the ADs, and I support the ADs in terms of preserving existing housing stock. Like, we don't want tear downs all across the city, but I just want to be clear that there are distinctions between how this is going to apply and the effects it's going to have on tree canopy that are different based on how this is, structured and how grading plans generally work.
Thought to that. I think that goes back to a conversation we were having before about understanding what size structure does disturb 2,500 square feet, right? So it's not maybe it's not a 300, and there are variables to this, right? But maybe some examples of, if you built a 500 square foot or 1,000 square foot or a 1,500 square foot, on average, what's the land disturbance? Because that gives a better sense of, because there's quite a bit of land disturbance in, my experience that does trigger it, but it won't always. So really understanding what that, an example or some variation of what equals what.
What we could probably do when this comes back to council next is we could provide a diagram of a couple examples of how that land disturbance is calculated. So it's not only the footprint of the structure that's being built, but it's also generally at least a 10-foot buffer around the structure. So you're adding that much larger perimeter as well as the access path from however they're getting off of the paved street or driveway, whatever it is, to wherever they are actually doing the construction. So there are obviously, there are a lot of additives to that. One of the principles we've been trying to follow is to use as much as we can the rules that are already in place. So today, accessory structures can be built under this 2,500 square foot disturbance rule. And so the thinking is that if there's an allowance for accessory structures to go up today, and that 2,500 square foot rule is the one that the community's been relying on, then can we continue to rely on that 2,500 square foot rule, or do we need some different rule for all accessory structures? I think the caution is, one, we want to make sure we are on solid legal ground with whatever we propose, and then two, you don't want to sort of gum up the works with what people are trying to do sort of in an ordinary fashion with their property. So I think those are the things we've been cautious about, and so that's why we've landed on let's stick with the existing rules.
Yeah, and I take that. I would say I think that an accessory structure that is capped at 12 feet tall is a little bit different than an accessory dwelling that is 25 feet tall, right? In terms of the impacts that it's going to have, and a garage, doesn't necessarily need a sewer and water or gas hookup, right? And so they're just differences that come to mind for me in terms of like the disturbance and the impacts that you could see from a 25-foot home versus a 12-foot garage, and whether those should be accounted for, or even if there isn't a grading plan, whether we should incorporate some sort of like notice requirement to abutting lots, just so that people are sort of on notice that this may be going up, even if it's going up by right, so that they can plan accordingly.
And the disturbance, if you add sewer and, power, whatever that is disturbance as well, you're digging a trench, you're digging whatever, so that disturbance it would be included in the calculation, which then triggers the plan, which triggers the 20% tree canopy. So, and that's determined lot by lot, what access you have to the utility pole, what access you have to gas, whether you hook to the main dwelling or to the street, right? So, you have some data on that based upon, like you said, this is what we're using currently with accessory structures. So that would be interesting to see, just to continue on your point there.
Yep, no, thank you. And then I have just two last ones. On parking, I have raised parking before, not to necessarily seek an off-street parking requirement as necessary for an AD, but I do think that it could be worthwhile to consider replacement parking. So if the AD removes the parking that's otherwise, the parking that's pre-existing, should there be a need to replace that parking? And I think what other jurisdictions do is if the homeowner, says, no, that's a burden, or we don't want to replace that, or we're not going to be able to have the AD otherwise, is that, you can do sort of an on-street parking study for that street and make sure that the parking isn't saturated, and then you'd waive the parking requirement if you don't, if there's not going to be an issue pushing the principal dwelling parking onto the street. And I raise it because of the pushing some of the commercial parking into neighborhoods, and also wanting to get the street space for bicycles, for example. And so it seems like we're, kind of pushing a lot into street parking. And there may be ways, without mandating the parking space, to at least be responsive to places where there is a more congested parking situation. And then I would support Ms. Downs' comments regarding the setback and the height, both for the buffer issue and at urban forestry. It came up, that the 20-foot cap, for example, will allow for better, tree growth on the lot, for example, or could allow for better shading of the AD for electricity efficiency, and also, in my mind, helps in terms of thinking about aging in place or downsizing or having accessible ADs. You're not talking about two-story ADs. You're actually increasing the number of users for ADs by keeping them, the bedrooms like on the first floor, so that you have more people who they are possibly responsive to their needs, than having two-story, ADs that then you need to get up a flight of stairs, when a lot of this is trying to downsize from multi-story single-family homes to give people space to age, in single-family neighborhoods. So that's also a consideration on my mind in terms of the height. Thank you. I think I got through my list. So thank you all for your patience and for your continued work on this.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, my list has been jumbled by the comments already and the things that have changed. So thank you to everybody for your contributions. Thanks to staff for highlighting the changes. Thanks for taking in consideration a lot of the feedback you've received already. As mentioned, we've been talking about it formally since last December, but informally, on the council's work plan and in communications with the community for many, many years. I was just reflecting on kind of the overarching discussion. Again, last week we had an affordable living policy meeting, which I can highlight more in our committee reports. But we have A great group of people have been talking about all of the housing continuum from the full breadth for the city, and we have 40 plus recommendations that are coming back to council, I believe, on December 9th. And I, in that meeting, asked if we could look at prioritizing because there are a lot of things coming in this report and this policy document that we're going to have to kind of strategize when to do what and what expenses will be incurred by, retaining affordable living, et cetera. And one of the priorities that the Affordable Living Policy Group that's been meeting for most of the year, I just joined recently, but the focus was on ensuring that we're providing the full continuum of housing. So we're focusing on providing affordable housing, accessory housing, townhouse, single-family homes, and to the extent we can keep single-family homes retained in their current form versus, all tear downs and building kind of a single type of single-family home. That was identified as a priority for the Affordable Living Policy Group. Then the next night I had a meeting, our second meeting with the Environmental Sustainability Committee, in which accessory dwellings have been discussed. Just speaking from that particular group's perspective, they've been very pleased to have some, input and insight and meetings discussing this well in advance of first reading, and then to have another opportunity to discuss it at least one more time afterward. I think from my perspective, that's been a favorable change over the past number of years that we have brought things into boards and commissions sooner and been a bit better. There's always room for improvement. There's always room for additional input, but I think the perspective from that group has been very positive to have these discussions and to see many changes being incorporated before it even comes back to them for their formal reading. We've already had 2 readings. So just to give some feedback from 2 particular organizations that met last week over on the overarching, and very positive feedback on supporting things as structured. We've heard on the short-term rentals, I think that there are many who would support keeping that in there, but I think that, after a lot of discussions and listening, and staff has obviously absorbed the same thing, and proposing some changes to that to ensure that people are in neighborhoods for longer and continue that neighborhood feel. And that is what many are trying to build by having accessory dwellings, is to continue to build the neighborhood, whether that's, as discussed, elderly or families returning home. And I think there's some discussions about, impact on, schools or impact on fiscals. We, in the single-family homes, we have that issue as well. Like, we know that if we retain people in place once their kids are out of school, that they continue to support and pay for, my kids are all out of school, I'm still paying for the schools, I still want to pay for them. We can't, I would like to retain as many people in the city who don't, whose kids have either gone through or don't have children. Like, that's what my mind of supporting a public school and a public community is, paying your taxes to cover over the long haul when you have them or don't have students in school. And just continue to speak on behalf of welcoming people of, all socioeconomic abilities and into the city by doing some of this affordable housing. I also just wanted to mention on the, thinking through by right, what we can do right now with accessory structures and setbacks. We'll be, increasing that by, maybe it's only a couple of feet, but it still is a couple of feet from what you can do by right now. I, definitely care about the environmental impact, which is why I want to continue the discussion on the land disturbance. I've experienced land disturbance that, in my mind, that it is going to disturb that much land and we're going to trigger it, but I would like to see data that supports it, not just be, my perspective or my opinion on that. So I look forward to seeing that moving forward. And I think that's all that I need to add at this particular moment, but thanks again to everybody for their work and contributions.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to go down the line. Mr. Snyder, do you have comments or questions?
Sure, thank you very much. I want to thank all the citizens that have spoken and all the boards and commissions' work and all the council's work on this, and of course the staff as well. I do think we need more flexibility with regard to accessory dwellings. I think, however, there are two non-starters issues for me. The first one was allowing short-term rentals, and the second was allowing non-ownership. Had those both been in there, I would have suggested that the changes are so dramatic that the entire community ought to be able to vote on this through a referendum. So I support the one development, but I'm still very concerned about allowing non-ownership and its unintended consequences. Most of the arguments in support of accessory dwellings have focused on allowing family members, older, younger, whatever, to occupy the accessory dwelling, yet this ordinance goes a lot further by not mandating it. So there's some unintended negative consequences that I think need more exploration. The lot coverage issues, I think one of the citizens said tonight we ought to be discussing not only good outcomes, but also what's the worst possible outcome under the ordinance that we're proposing. Another key point was that theoretically there are 1,200 potential new builds here that could generate significant demands on both the schools and the infrastructure. And one might say, well, that didn't happen in Arlington. Well, look what happened in the T-zones. The ink wasn't even dry, and already there were significant proposals to occupy that to build according to the T-zone. Some specific comments about the process so far. I really have to call out the dot voting references again. I attended that meeting. There was no governance whatsoever on the use of the dots, and when that happens, you can put all your dots on one issue, or you can get several sets of dots or whatever. Dot voting can be useful, but it has to be carefully governed, and regrettably it was not in the session that I attended. And this ordinance is starting off with a perfectly understandable and supportable public policy justification of supporting families and providing for more housing for immigrants, for example, and yet this ordinance goes far beyond that in its potential impacts, as well as, of course, there's one assurance, which is developers will do well with this ordinance, but that's okay if it pursues other objectives. So in summary, I think we've made some progress. I'm particularly in favor of the limitation on short-term rentals. I'd like to see more explanations about potential outcomes based upon the particular elements of lot coverage, tree canopy, et cetera, not only the best that could come out, but also the worst. If you built absolutely the envelope, what would that really mean? And I remain concerned about allowing non-owners, of course, with reasonable waivers of the kind that would reflect what some of our citizens do in terms of international service. So I'm not particularly interested in deferral at this point. I think that might be the best outcome. I doubt that there's support for this. If this comes for a vote, I'll vote no, in the hopes that when it comes back with an ownership requirement and these other issues are addressed successfully, I can vote yes, because I really want the flexibility, and I really agree with a lot of the arguments. But I have some concerns with this ordinance as it's now written, and so either we defer it, and I don't think there may be interest in that. My hope would be that as we go through the additional public vetting, and it's acceptable on second reading that we require ownership, then I'd be very favorably inclined to vote for the end result. Thank you very much.
Ms. Underhill.
Thank you. We got a lot of comments tonight, and I did want to just bring up the few that I was able to jot down of people asking questions, but as this process goes on, we can, as people come in with more questions or questions that we missed here, we can always answer those. But one that came up tonight, would accessory dwelling units be under the Virginia Fair Housing Law if somebody were to rent them out?
Yeah, the resident would be, subject to those laws as a landlord.
Great. And that currently applies if you're renting out your single-family home as well, right?
I'm not sure that's the correct answer, and so we probably need to look into that. I was briefly, when the resident was making those comments, looking up what I could in the brief time that I had, and it looks like there's exceptions to the fair housing law and the state's corollary to that, the Virginia Fair Housing Law, and it would exempt houses where the owner is living in a room and renting out a room to someone else, and also to a single family residential dwelling rented not by an agent but by the owner, him or herself. And so that search was cursory, so I would really like to become more familiar with it before going final on an opinion, but I just want to raise that that may not be true.
Okay, great, thank you. So that would just, I guess, something for next time to look into. I would appreciate that.
Can I just hop in on that one? I would just ask the city attorney on that one. I think when it comes back, it may be helpful both to look at sort of number of units that trigger fair housing requirements, regardless of whether the requirements are triggered based on the number of units, you may have a requirement, for example, if you use a management company to rent as opposed to the owner renting, and then there may also be different requirements based on, advertising, for example, that still have, those constraints, even if the individual owner may not be subject. But I think to Jack's response earlier, I think you had indicated that all owners would be subject to the landlord-tenant requirements, like the Landlord-Tenant Act, but the Fair Housing Acts may apply differently based on the circumstances. So, yeah,
Correct.
additional information would be great.
And I would like council's direction a little bit on that issue, because I'm reluctant to give that kind of advice to the residents of the city. It's certainly advice they should be getting on their own. The Fair Housing Act is not unique to this accessory dwelling unit, and I would not want, my recommendation would be not to call it out as an issue with one ordinance, but not the others. My recommendation would be that that perhaps we remain silent, continue to remain silent on the Fair Housing Act and its applicability in this case, and encourage everyone to understand those rules on their own as homeowners and landlords, and to seek out that information. So if you would like for me to spend time on this issue and report back, I would like probably more definitive guidance from the council, maybe even a majority vote, because it will take some time.
Maybe this is something we can discuss at a later point. We have several months, and so maybe this is something that we can figure out if we want to
go into it further.
Okay,
thank you.
But I will star that for later. And actually, just as a note to anybody watching this later online here, if there are specific questions, it's helpful to send them in so that we can, have them in writing to get answered. For the RM district, my understanding is that the way things are written is so that it remains unchanged in terms of their rights that they have now. Those are unchanged in terms of accessory units. Is that correct? So we're not trying to change anything, but because of how the code was written, we have to make these changes to keep their rights the same.
Right, and because it ties to the existing ordinance, some of those things change, right? Like the mandatory 3-year renewal on the special use permit, for instance. Staff's recommending discarding that language. But yes, it would remain a conditional use in the RM district as current.
As currently, okay.
To clarify, there is an expansion. So today, accessory dwellings can only be attached or internal. And that restriction is not included in the draft. So if you wanted to include a restriction that if you wanted to stay close to same rights as today, you would need to clarify that not only is it conditional, but also it's restricted to only being internal or attached.
Okay. And then I also was wondering about we got a note about accessory structure someone suggesting accessory structures not have water or sewer hookup to prevent unauthorized structure conversion. I'm curious about staff's thoughts on that.
That recommendation does come from, the acknowledgement that there are some uses that aren't residential that might require utilities or, would enhance the personal use of an accessory structure. So what staff's recommending is not, amending the definition so that at the certificate of occupancy or, that zoning permit stage, that would be specified. The use and intention of the accessory structure would be clarified and written down. So it would be, this is clearly an accessory dwelling used for habitation purposes, or this is clearly not an accessory dwelling, and therefore habitation is, prohibited, and it's only used for non-residential commercial purposes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be on record. I guess part of the reason would be that, I guess for some units, people have offices or whatever else, and might want to have plumbing to that. Okay. I guess now to some of my other questions. I did want to bring up document 1F. I thought it was really interesting. So that showed the change over time in single-family lots and highlighted different squares. I thought it was pretty interesting. So the median square footage has gone up dramatically over the past few decades, from like 2,000 square feet up to like 4,000 square feet. My understanding, so yeah, 1F attachment, if you... The seventh one, okay, thank you. And then if you scroll down to the next page, there we go. It seems like, so most of the units that have been built in the past 20 years are near their max coverage. Actually, in the past, since almost 1960, are near their max coverage, lot coverage. So my understanding, and I'm just wondering if I'm reading this correctly, the units or the houses that really would be able to take advantage of this accessory dwelling unit program would be houses from 1960 and before. Is that how you read this too?
Generally, yeah. Older houses, have a more modest lot coverage, and so that there's more room to build a detached accessory dwelling. You're right that this analysis does track that the more recent that a home has been built, the larger it tends to be, the more lot coverage it tends to have. I just want to give props to my colleague Zoe LaRive for putting this together.
Yeah, this was very interesting and helpful to look at, just to see the makeup of the city. Other things, I noticed that one thing that we have is one accessory dwelling per lot. Could you talk a little bit about what that means exactly? So if you have a basement accessory dwelling, you wouldn't be able to build a detached one? Is that basically saying that if somebody has a basement with an egress and an oven, that they wouldn't be able to build an accessory dwelling outside?
So, the recommendation is one accessory dwelling per lot in any form. So if you have an internal already there and, with your CO that says it's an accessory dwelling, then you would not be permitted to construct an additional accessory dwelling on the lot.
Okay.
Just to chime in, just a reminder that the proposal is also to regulate it by use. So even if somebody has a basement that's outfitted with an oven and a bathroom and all the other things it takes to make it an independent living unit, if they wanted to come in and revoke their CO such that it's no longer an accessory dwelling, then they could, if they chose, built a detached one in the backyard. But the reason for allowing, for proposing a max of 1 AD on any given lot is to support sort of an opening into accessory dwelling construction. That's a limit that a lot of localities used until they became more familiar with accessory dwellings.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So that really would be based on use. Let me see. I guess one more thing, I think. Just bringing up the process, we did lay out a process earlier, and so I'm supportive of sticking with the process that we did lay out, but I do believe that it's worth discussing the process. So maybe not while we're in the middle of something that we already laid out, but in the future, talking about, what's the best way to go about these things to make sure that we do have engagement. While it was the first time or I guess in the past 5 days that people got to see this exact thing, there have been similar things, and hopefully, if we bring this forward through first reading tonight, there will be more opportunity for people to pick apart this exact ordinance and have more civic engagement, get more questions answered. For boards and commissions, this is going to go to the Planning Commission. Are we going to do a similar setup where I think we did at least some time ago, maybe it was for the demographics chapter, where we invited the other boards to come to the Planning Commission? Or how is this going to be structured with, I know you've already gone to housing, but I guess for them to give input, would you invite them to the Planning Commission, or how does that happen?
I think that's a good suggestion. I think before we had kind of assumed that we would be kind of repeating what we did on the first kind of go around, which is go to those boards and commissions individually and have individual work sessions, which we still are planning to do. But in addition, we could also look at scheduling a collaborative, maybe planning commission session where we invite liaisons and members of other boards and commissions interested.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I guess the commissions weren't specifically listed, so I wasn't sure where that was happening, but I guess as long as they have another crack at it, whether they're coming to the Planning Commission or you're going to them, would be useful. And that's all.
Justine, can I hop in on that one point? Given kind of planning resources and CPED's resources, my preference actually for staff would be to have this at Planning Commission and invite the other boards and commissions, and not have you kind of going to all those board and commission meetings again for round 2, Jack, and maybe, maybe you can share the link to the, YouTube video with the staff liaisons to push forward into their commission so that people, can provide input that way, than having you, do version 2.0 of those presentations.
Yeah, I would support that too.
+3 on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Connolly?
Thank you. Thanks for all those questions, and I have a few others, some of which were addressed, and some of them I have sort of a question following on to what other people have asked. So the first one just is about Ms. Flynn's concern that people have had to tune into multiple meetings and following things, and it's hard as a council member sometimes to follow all of this along as we go. And I think that's why we're doing first reading, is because we're going to get all these things on the same page. There won't be any room for what about this and what about this, because it's all right here in front of us. So I'm viewing this as like the official starting gun. Like all that, everything else that you've done for the past year has been the research and some community engagement, and then this is the official starting signal. That's what the first reading is. And I love Ms. Underhill's idea that we do a big meeting to bring all those boards and commissions in with the Planning Commission. That's a really good idea. But that's how I view this. And that's how I've always viewed first reading, is this is the start. This is really the official start of what we're doing. I have a few other. So I have one request on outreach. Is there a way we can bring some meetings to the neighborhoods instead of having the neighborhoods always have to come to City Hall or to the library or to a public meeting? Could we arrange for one meeting in each voting ward so that the people who live in Broadmont could go to a church in Broadmont or a place in Broadmont closer to their neighborhood? Or could we do a walking tour in Broadmont to kind of take a look at what this might look like? And the same with, so that's Ward 1, Ward 2, and Ward 3. Is there a way to do that? And when I came up with this idea, there were more people in the planning department, and I'm aware that you're going to be shorthanded coming up, but I think that would be a very good way to get some more community understanding and to be able to lay out that baseline. This is what we're planning to do to clear up any misinformation that has gotten out there in the past year about what the and changes. So some of the things that people might think they heard 6 months ago, but now those things have changed. So it'd be really nice to start with a very clear baseline. This is the official starting point. I do think that 1,000 square feet is plenty size-wise. I know we heard from a community member that thought it should be bigger, but I'm very happy with 1,000 square feet as one of the upper limits. Ms. Hiscott mentioned, what can you do by right now? And, you know, most of us have lived in the city long enough, and we remember when people were not building 5,000 square foot houses. They were in smaller houses, and then all of a sudden, all the smaller houses are being scraped, and much larger houses that use up every piece of the property were being added in. And those are essentially by right as well. And when that first started happening, people were just so surprised that that could actually happen right next door to them. And we still hear from people sometimes that they can't believe that such a gigantic house has gone in right next door and was approved. And I really liked what Mr. Novotny said, which is that one of the things that this legislation hopefully will do is encourage people to keep their smaller houses and be able to add something else. And so we will have less lot coverage and more tree availability because we won't be putting in such large houses. And I also just want to say, clearly, I think some of those large houses are beautiful. We have wonderful people living in those large houses. But as we think about the unintended consequences of things, if we don't do this, we're going to really have more lots that are being scraped end to end. A question on short-term rentals, and this is kind of in response to what Mr. Snyder was saying. Short-term, are short-term rentals already happening in Falls Church, and are they regulated at all?
They are not regulated, council member, but you can see them on the map that there are some in the community.
Right. So when I look at Airbnb and VRBO, I see some, and even if you don't know exactly what the address is when you live here, you can look and go, oh, that's in an accessory unit right up the street from me, or oh, that one's right around the corner. Didn't know that was being rented. So that's already happening now. And I would be interested to know how it would be regulated if it could be regulated. And the same with the question on owner occupancy, because I share a bit of Mr. Snyder's concern of how we could enforce owner occupancy. So if we were to say that the owner had to live in one of those units, how would that be enforced?
Yeah, it's a difficult, that enforcement question is a difficult one. We can certainly look at, how neighboring jurisdictions are doing it because other places do have that stipulation that there's an owner occupancy requirement on the property, whether it's the principal or the accessory dwelling. But yeah, enforcement is a tricky one for that particular regulation.
And I think someone suggested the idea of a waiver, that if you were a family that lived in a house and you were transferred overseas or had to relocate for your job and you had an accessory dwelling unit, could they apply for some sort of, several year waiver to the requirement that it would have to be owner occupied? And would that be enough? Would that be possible? Because one of the things I fear is that, a business, a corporation would buy up a lot of lots, and none of us want, well, I'm assuming we don't want that unintended consequence to happen, and then double the amount of rentals that they can have. And Falls Church, to my knowledge, has not really had a lot of corporate landowners come in and do that as other communities have. But I'm just curious if that kind of waiver is anything we have considered.
We can look into that a little more, certainly.
Okay. And then regarding fair housing, we had a very good fair housing training from the state, and one of the things they said is that it doesn't apply to single-family housing that's sold or rented without the use of a broker when a private individual owner does not own more than three such single-family homes at one time. So it sounds to me, just from a real basic review of the materials we got when we had that training, that it probably does not apply in this situation. And then my last question is just the minimum lot size. So is there in all of our regulation a minimum lot size where you could put on an accessory dwelling unit, or does it really just have to do with the coverage of the existing lot, no matter what the size is?
More so the latter, Councilman. Yeah, setback and other kind of lot conditions.
Okay, so my lot is 6,250 square feet. It's tiny. But if I had a small house, I could conceivably put another smaller house on there.
As proposed, yes.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Stoddard, you picked a doozy for your last meeting. Anyone thinks that this is a done deal, given the depths of questions and comments so far, clearly you should watch our meeting tonight. So with that, I'm going to jump into mine, and I do have a fair number, so please bear with me. I'm going to start with specific questions and comments and then get to some more general ones. So first, since I guess the last update, again, really appreciate the matrix of comments. I think we had some public commenters earlier on tonight that maybe was not tuning into the latest staff report, so I appreciate how responsive you've been to include the short-term rental ban. So that was very responsive to the community. On the discussion about when do we trigger 2,500 square feet, I would support more information on that to determine whether we should lower that threshold for accessory dwellings and structures. I think there's enough discussion. We all care about tree canopy and stormwater requirements, so I think getting some real-life examples of when we might hit that would be helpful to understand whether we want to lower that threshold. But if we do lower the threshold, I've said this in the past, I want to make sure that we are equitable across all backyard structures. So whether that's a giant garage that's a structure or whether it's a dwelling, if it hits that lower threshold, we should treat it the same. Because that's really just about how much area and impervious surface you're impacting. Second, I appreciate the comment or the change to manage the difference between structure and dwelling in the CO process rather than banning plumbing. Just this weekend, I was actually in an artist studio in someone's backyard where they clearly had access to water. And so I think that's an important, example of use case where people will still need plumbing in their structure. And I really think managing in the CO process makes a lot more sense. So appreciate that. Also appreciate, while we're talking about water, adjusting the utility code so that we do not have prohibitively high costs for requiring a separate hookup for plumbing. So thank you for making that adjustment. Next specific questions. On owner occupancy, I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, and I think in our previous work session, I had raised that there might be some legal concerns, and I think the city attorney had also mentioned that as well. I actually looked it up. I think the North Carolina Supreme Court actually deemed it to be unconstitutional, and the specific part I'm reading is, the court concluded that owner occupancy restrictions discriminated against interstate commerce. The availability of non-discriminatory alternatives rendered the owner occupancy requirements unconstitutional. So clearly we're not North Carolina, but I think this is happening across the U.S. And so this probably merits more follow-up, I think. And I don't know whether the city attorney has more input on this at this point.
I agree, and I would appreciate the time for more follow-up. I will call your attention to a statute that was adopted by the Virginia General Assembly this past 2024 session that does prohibit localities from prohibiting the rental of a residential dwelling unit. I would like to spend a little more time with it, but my understanding has always been that you could not require you could not prohibit a landowner from renting the property. And so the question in this case is, can you do it, on can that be a condition to getting a benefit? Could you prohibit renting to get the benefit of adding a structure to your property, which is not a categorical prohibition so much as a condition of approval, and I would have to give that some more thought, I'm afraid. So thank you for the discussion, and I will provide a more thorough answer in writing.
Great, thank you. I think on policy, I don't like that owner occupancy implies that kind of renters are less than or second-class citizens, and so I appreciate that staff report also included the nuisance regulations we already have on the books, whether it's about property maintenance, noise or lighting. We have rules that manage those things. Whether you're an owner or renter, those apply to you. So those make sense to me, and I think I mean, if you know history, U.S. has a bad track record of using zoning to regulate who lives there rather than the form, the structure, and the use. So I would caution against us trying to do that the same here and would support continuing not having owner occupancy. On the question about setback and height, so I actually really liked the methodology you used around kind of doing it as a ratio because it really preserves what can be done by right with single-family homes and structures already. So I think it really just levels the playing field for accessory dwellings. I would ask that staff actually just show the math, because when I did a little matrix of the ratios, if anything, we're actually being more than generous with the setbacks compared to what you can do with an accessory structure and a single-family home. So I think showing that specific ratio, I think it was like a 0.26 ratio, would make sense to show how we're preserving it and what's proposed. Moving on to Airbnbs, I think we've already covered that, given that we are not allowing the commercial use of Airbnbs in these structures. For the record, though, the data, when you look up VRBO or Airbnbs, we're just not that hotbed for short-term rentals. And so in principle, I'm kind of bothered that we're trying to mitigate a risk that's really not going to materialize, but fine, I think there's been enough concerns discussed in the community and the Planning Commission that this is one I'm happy to say we're just not going to allow them, and we'll primarily concentrate on the residential use of them. But I do want to make sure that people actually just go check out the Airbnb and the VRBO site. As much as we all love Falls Church, I just don't think we're that hotbed currently. So moving on to community input. So agree with the comments that have been made so far that the process was, laid out quite well since the spring. It's really not just about the dot votes, but the number of work sessions, the 4 community meetings. I think I've attended 3 or 4 out of the 4. The Planning Commission, the Housing Commission, the ESC, everyone's had a crack of it. And I think when I reflect back on how this is different than T-zones, because we always try to improve from the process, I think the comment we heard from T-zones that was 2 tops down. And so this one, we tried to do a combination. We said, yes, this is something we want to initiate. So we kicked it off formally in the spring, laying out the scope, laying out the parameters, laying out the timeline with the community, and then did a whole bunch of bottoms-up conversations with the community, getting to this point now with first reading. So I actually think that it's a nice pivot from what we've learned from T-zones and actually tried to make it more collaborative. And I think, as Ms. Connolly said, this is the beginning of the next phase where we have a formal recommendation where we can go out to the community for input before we get to final consideration. So if anything, I do think that this first reading is probably one of the most solid recommendations so far, given how much thought you all have given to how the process should work and the good input we've received so far. I'm glad Ms. Underhill pointed to attachment 7, the zoning map, because I liked it so much I wrote a blog post about it. So kudos to the planning team for covering this, because really we don't spend enough time talking about this trend that's happening in our single-family neighborhoods, which is over the past 20 years, we have disturbed over 100 acres of single-family land. And when you look at that data, and if you can zoom in, we are maxing out the impervious coverage. And that has a lot of costs. So tree canopy, stormwater, all those things that we care about. And this is happening by right, things that we can't control right now. And I do think that at the end of the day, accessory dwellings is a good opportunity to slow that down and give people choice of what to do with their land. It's about diversifying housing stock, potentially preserving the primary and adding accessory dwelling, but really using the property for their needs, whether that's for a family member, for additional income. I really don't see the need for us to micromanage how people use their land as long as it's reasonable with their neighbors. I think all of us up here, many of us are in that sandwich generation where we all care about caring for aging parents or kids. I think we heard some really compelling use cases from the public tonight. And so for people who can't afford to come back to the home where they grew up in, this is a really great opportunity to create that as long as it's reasonable with the neighbors. And as evident by the discussion tonight and the depth and the details, we do care about those details and we're trying to get it right. And so hopefully you've heard all the comments up here as reflective of how much we want to get this right. And we will have more opportunity to do that between first and second reading. I think that's it. And actually, one more thing. So I know people think that this is quite radical and progressive, but I actually started jotting down opportunities where we could have been even more progressive. And to be clear, I'm not advocating we do these, but I wanted to make sure people knew that there are actually places where this could be pushed further. I think Ms. Underhill brought up the idea of allowing an interior unit, a detached unit, and a primary. I could see scenarios where that could be allowed, and so that would be a place where we could iterate and allow more housing. The second thing, which I brought up in 2 work sessions ago, which is the separate sale. Princeton, New Jersey, and the West Coast allows separate ownership of the accessory units, which actually, the reason why that's important is because right now, it requires you to have essentially $300,000 in cash to build one of these. And if you actually allow separate ownership, you actually unlock conventional mortgage financing, which lets people own in neighborhoods. 70% of our land isn't tied up in single-family land, and this really unlocks single-family ownership, or unlocks ownership in those single-family neighborhoods. We all talk about how important ownership is, and this is a great opportunity to do that if we're willing to take that step. The third thing that could be more progressive, which I know Ms. Connolly has been a fan of, is actually allowing pre-approved plans to really further streamline the costs and the process. I think there are jurisdictions that have done this that would make the process much easier to build one of these. And if we're all about creating more housing opportunity for all, that's something I would love to consider in the future. And then finally, the last place is to allow greater than 1,000 square feet. I personally am fine with 1,000 for now, but again, that's a place where we are choosing not to go to 1,500 or larger. But I do point that out as that's a fourth opportunity where we could have been more progressive if we wanted to. So thank you for bearing with me through all the questions and comments. And again, thank you to Mr. Stoddard and Mr. Trainer for getting us to this point with all the input, and we look forward to the next phase.
Can I ask one question? And that's just of the city attorney. And it's not really a loaded comment or question as much as, given how we do first reading and the amount of open issues we include in a zoning text amendment for first reading, as a general matter, is it advisable to keep that many open issues in a ordinance that is a text amendment getting referred out for first reading?
Well, setting aside for just a moment the advisable part, the charter requires that if there are significant changes but after the first reading, that the first reading be repeated. So the question becomes a matter of judgment, whether changes that have occurred after first reading are significant, and if they are, we would repeat this process. So it really is up to council to decide whether they think an ordinance is ready for first reading because significant changes after that point in time require the first reading to be repeated. That is easy to accomplish with a meeting like this being, repeated, but that is what's required.
So if we wanted to, let's say, change the owner occupancy, or I don't know, whatever else is on here, would that require another first reading?
Well, it would be fact specific and a matter of judgment. Mm-hmm. And I could advise you, in my opinion, whether a change was significant, but ultimately, because it's a matter of judgment, council should probably also make that decision for themselves about whether the change is significant.
Okay.
And we have done that in the past.
Yes.
Okay. I know that we're not required to do a public hearing tonight, but given that we still have members of the public in the audience, does anybody want to have additional public comment before we make any motions? Mr. Reagan?
Thank you. There's been a lot of good information here. I also attended the last planning meeting to cover this and had some comments that are in the public comments. Something that came up during the public comments tonight that I was thinking has not been addressed is appraisal values related to accessory dwellings. It's not clear to me how the accessory dwellings will affect appraisal values, which then relates back to tax revenue. So would an accessory dwelling be straight up the additional square footage on the primary dwelling, so 1,000 feet bigger building, or would it be incremental because it is a separate dwelling on that property? I don't know the answer, but I think that is something that needs to be addressed and clarified. The other thing that I have heard is there seems to be a mindset of it's an accessory building or an accessory dwelling unit, that separate building, but many of these are mixed use. Councilwoman Downs mentioned the building next to her. It's a combination of a garage and a living facility. It's unclear to me how the square footage rule applies to the garage, which is not for living purposes. A house 2 doors down from mine has a very large garage with some sort of space above it. It's great. The lot handles it. It's perfectly fine. But it's not clear to me how that size and how that square footage would be calculated or how that would be applied in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing that we're not required to have, but, okay. Do we have motions?
I might need help with this because did we have to change the numbering at all in this or no? That it was.
I couldn't find that typo that was referenced, but.
We have to make a mention of the typo when we're proposing the motion.
It's on line 412.
412. Okay. Okay. I'll
change the motion. And just referencing line numbers isn't super helpful because they go away for the minute. So if you can just say a correction of the typographical error.
Yeah, what is the correct resolution? I'm sorry, it's the resolution that's...
The resolution references TO 24-11 instead of TO 24-17. It's just a typographical error.
So
I see. So it's not the motion, the error isn't in the motion as it's on the screen. The error is in the resolution, the body of the resolution.
Correct.
Thank you.
can we just say generally amending the typo in the resolution to change it to?
I think that's great. I'll be able to.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I will move to grant first reading to TO 2417, refer to the Planning Commission.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
The first motion.
First, we need to move to adopt the initiating resolution.
And I think that's where the typographical error is, from what I understand. And the second, the ordinance does not have a typographical error.
Okay.
So in that motion, move to adopt 24-40, it would say amended to correct the ordinance reference therein.
Okay. Move to adopt TR 2417.
No, you got to do the other one
TR 2440, amended to adopt the resolution.
Amended to correct the ordinance reference therein.
Amended to correct the ordinance resolution therein. Do I need to say anything else? No. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
As Vice Mayor Hiscott on the second. Can we call roll, please?
Yes, and this is the roll on the initiating resolution. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
We have a motion on the first reading on the ordinance now.
Move to grant first reading to TO 24-17, refer to the Planning Commission for recommendation to be received by council no later than March 21st, 2025. Schedule second reading and public hearing before council for April 7th, 2025, and advertise the same according to law.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Underhill in the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
No.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, council.
Mr. Trainer, Mr. Sauter, thank you for your work on this.
All right, thank you.
Given that it's 10:20, let's call for a break until we get to the other items. Can we go recess until 10:30, please? Thank you all. Okay, we are back in session. Thank you all. Are we ready to move on to the next item? TR 24-45?
Yes, we have TR, wait a minute, TR 24-45. 45, sorry. Resolution to adopt fiscal policies for the City of Falls Church.
And Ms. Bawa will provide a staff report, and we'll keep this brief because there was a good discussion of this at the work session. Ms. Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of the council. We have for you the routine review of the financial policies, and the only change that I would like to call out, since the work session, there are no changes. Some explanation to your questions in the PowerPoint that's in Davenport's PowerPoint, and they're highlighted in gray. And the only one change that I would like to call out is the noticeable change in this policy is the long-range financial planning for the affordable housing that would be provided as along with the CIP as we go on annual budget process. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Before we jump into any questions or comments, I did appreciate the edits and updates to the Davenport deck. I will take some issue at a 5% annual operating expenditure growth, which is the assumption that's used. I think that's a little ambitious for the coming years, but I will leave my comment at that. Okay, do we have questions or comments?
I just had
Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, well, thanks. Seeing as how I was here when we voted these financial policies originally, I think they're very good. But they've really withstood the test of time, and I want to thank everyone involved. And I thought it was an excellent briefing, and I would urge all of our citizens in particular to listen to that briefing because it's going to be so important to all of us. But to borrow from the Alan Greenspan phrase, we have to be concerned about the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. Well, one of the known unknowns is what the administration in Washington is going to do. So the only comment that I would make tonight is we may have to revisit these very quickly depending on what the administration does, the impact on employment in the area as well as the overall economy. So I'm pleased to support the continuation of these financial policies. I think they've worked well, but we have to be very wary of developments, particularly the macroeconomic developments that may result from many sources, but may result particularly from the administration that will take office in January. Thank you.
Thank you. And my comments were on slide 9 of the deck. Just so it was showing where reserves and unassigned fund balance need to be based on the 15 or 17% and 20% rule. And in there was an assumption that our budgets are going to grow 5% every year, year over year, and therefore needing additional money to hit our 17% target. And so I just don't know whether 5% revenue growth is pretty ambitious. Ms. Lynn?
And then I just had one question I had raised with city staff earlier, and I just wanted it to be reflected in the record since I had raised it at work session, and that's the addition on page 17 with the utility funds reserve policy and recommendation. So thank you for including kind of the additional anticipated costs we have, and I just wanted to confirm that Davenport had reviewed this and that they assured us that we can keep the policy as is, even in light of the anticipated costs.
That's correct. We reviewed this and we went over the whole 6-year CIP, the needs for the sanitary sewer fund, and they still hold their recommendation that this policy is still holding us strong.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for walking us through the policies as new council members, and then for the budget and finance discussion as well.
Other questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any, so do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I will move to adopt the fiscal policies for the City of Falls Church. That's TR 24-45.
We have a second.
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Madam Clerk, you call roll, please.
Yes. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shunts Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next, we have TR 24-43, resolution adopting the City of Falls Church 2025 legislative program.
Good evening, Council. What I'd like to do tonight is first review some of the changes since the work session and some of the key issues that were discussed, and then circle back to the motions because there's several options there that I'll walk through. But the goal is tonight to adopt the 2025 legislative program that has both federal and state components this evening, and so that we have the General Assembly ledge program ready to take action when the session starts January 8th of next year. But in particular, since council is requesting an actual bill be sponsored and patroned on behalf of the city, we need action tonight so that we can get it down to our senator and delegate for action. And that specific item is on line 111, page 3, for changing the state code for affordable dwelling units. And that's been discussed in the legislative committee and council's work session. For some of the changes that came out of last Monday's work session, I will note they're highlighted in gray in your staff report, and the chart starting at line 42 responds to the various questions that were asked and/or changes requested for the legislative program. Since the work session, we did receive a couple additional community input, both as individual citizens and two boards and commissions that I wanted to highlight. The electoral board submitted their legislative goals, so that's now included and incorporated into the ledge program. It's noted as attachment 10. The ESC, two individuals submitted correspondence. That's attachment 9, related to waste to energy. And then attachment 8, Mr. Olson is speaking to bike safety stop. I will note that the ESC did meet last Thursday evening and reviewed the legislative program, in particular on the waste to energy position, and they have issued correspondence to you, and the city clerk forwarded to you, but it was after the ledge program packet was already posted, so it's been received but not reflected here. The Mary Riley Stiles Library Board of Trustees legislative program was formally adopted last Wednesday. It was drafted in your packet last Monday. It's final now. There were no changes. The school board's legislative program has some minor tweaks but no content changes, but I have incorporated their latest version in here. It is still draft till the school board's motion to adopt December 10th, but I would recommend endorsing it as we don't anticipate any content changes. If there's changes, then we can revise the legislative program accordingly. As I mentioned, there were a few items that I did want to highlight that were the most talked about positions at the work session, and then I'll come back to some options for council to consider for motions. One, I would like to highlight on line 466, the faith in housing item. That one has been a discussion about affordable housing with the community and our various faith-based organizations. The legislative program listed as neutral to monitor the bills that are filed so we can look at the impact of affordable housing as well as land use setbacks and utilities. We didn't specifically talk about that in work session, but I did want to flag that as that is a neutral position, and it continues to be what I recommend council adopt. The bike safety stop position council requested is added into the ledge program at line 177. The single stair dwelling unit building code amendment modernization support coming out of the study at line 366 is included for support. And from the work session, the waste to energy was removed and not listed as a support position anymore. Council removed it in its entirety at that point, noting that it's still pending, it's far out, more analysis needs to be done. That continues to be my staff recommendation, that you leave this as neutral to monitor pending legislation, regulations, and additional details. This ties to the ESC's correspondence that you received after their Thursday evening meeting, and they are formally recommending council oppose the legislation for waste to energy conversion. So staff recommendation is to monitor and remain neutral. You do have one of your boards and commissions recommendation to oppose. As of Friday night, the update I have from the Northern Virginia peer localities is that Fairfax and Arlington is likely to stay in the neutral monitor mode. Arlington is still formally supporting it, but I'm hearing there's some internal dialogue that may move to neutral or monitoring, but that's not confirmed. So I wanted to highlight those components of your legislative program that's before you. And then coming back to the page 1 of the staff report as it relates to motions, the staff recommendation is to adopt TR 2443, the 2025 Ledge Program, as submitted in your packet. Did provide an alternative motion based on the work session discussion where Mr. Snyder raised 2 concerns on particular positions, in particular single stair dwelling and the bicycle safety stop. So that was presented as an alternate motion that you could adopt the legislative program minus those 2 positions. Council then does have an option to put motions on the table to readopt into the ledge program, single stair and bicycle safety stop. If council chooses to do that, I'd recommend you do those as independent motions so it's really clear the vote that's being taken to put those back in. And then council also can have a further dialogue on the ESC's position, recommending that council formally oppose the waste to energy. And once again, that could be a separate motion to add that back in. So with that, Mayor, glad to entertain any questions or additional follow-up points before the motion or proceed to motions.
Great. Well, I know we probably have some comments up here. Thank you for the update since our last work session. Questions or comments up here? Vice Mayor?
Yes, there's a full document from ESC that's in the public record and in the opinion, but I just wanted to highlight quickly why I will be recommending that we actively oppose this piece of legislation, and that is because it is asking for exemptions from regulations that will be impacting greenhouse gas emissions, exemptions for regulations that are not yet created. So it's asking for something we don't even know what we're exempting this company from. So it's not opposing having further discussions or learning more about it over the next 6 years, but it is opposing having it in a legislative package right now where we exempt the waste energy private companies from having exceptions to regulations. Regulations aren't set. It's a dangerous precedent to carve out exceptions for regulations that we don't know what they are. So that the ESC strongly asks that we oppose this, not just remove it from our ledge package, but actively state our position that we don't support exceptions to greenhouse gas regulations that are yet to be developed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Other thoughts?
I'm happy to support that. I would ask sort of for our colleagues, I do think that as Ms. Mester said, it would make sense to move to adopt without the positions on single-stair dwelling building code endorsement and bicycle safety stop as an initial matter so that the entirety of council is unanimous in its support for the legislative program generally. And then if council further votes to re-inject the single-stair dwelling building code endorsement and the bicycle safety stop, it's at least clear that council is unanimous as to the overwhelming majority of the legislative program and only not unanimous as to those two pieces that caused, some disagreement between council members. Because I would say that, I'm prepared to support the bicycle safety stop in terms of at least exploring local authority and having further conversations about that and whether it makes sense here and what professional sort of feedback is and what the police feedback is and what sort of education we would do around that issue. But I am not prepared based on the reading that I've done on single stair dwelling building code to endorse that as part of our legislative program. And I understand why people are endorsing it. I understand that it gives more sort of architectural flexibility as to housing and can enable more housing. But I think that it's not yet clear that the corresponding changes we would want for fire and occupant safety are necessarily being brought together with the removal of the second stairway. And I also think that in terms of sort of regulatory process, it doesn't make sense for states to sort of be advocating outside of the building code sort of process that any individual council member, for example, could submit a statement seeking to have the building code revised through regulatory rulemaking and, public notice and comment, and that it isn't something that's necessary here just for, a political statement on the part of the city when we don't have the full information, and pointing to other jurisdictions isn't necessarily indicative because there are rules around building materials and other safety provisions and access are all relevant. And from what I remember, there was also, I think it was the person in Seattle who has advocated for these changes, and the Seattle Police Department had said something about, their response times and the abilities of their fire department and the placement of their fire hydrants, for example. And from what I remember from our CIP conversations is that we are still actually trying to come into compliance with the number and location of fire hydrants in the city for fire safety. And so for those reasons, I would support, putting one of those back into the legislative program, but not both. But I would ask, that we do the alternative motion first so that I'm at least able to support everything else in the legislative program. Thank you.
And strategically, to that point, it is helpful in Richmond to have the majority support.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Sack, go ahead.
Really a parliamentary point. I think what's suggested is we vote for the first vote for the legislative package without the bike issue and without the single fire escape issue. But it seems to me, unless I hear otherwise, there's consensus to support what the vice mayor wanted. And then I assume that those who support each of the other, the two, the bicycle stop and or the single fire escape, would have the ability to add those, in which case there would be a discussion and vote. Is that an agreeable approach to people?
That's what I'm hearing is, are people okay with first the waste to energy, changing that to being opposed to it?
That has to be separate.
Or
Right
do-
now, it's just struck. It would have to be added back in to
Oh, we can't-
actively oppose it.
Yeah, you'll need a motion to add it back in because it's not before you in TR 24-43.
It doesn't need to be in this motion because as it is in our staff report, it's already stricken.
So I would suggest council could take the alternative motion as listed on your staff report to move the TR as presented without those two codes of single stair and bike safety.
And then
Three
more motions.
Yeah, three more motions, one for adding the bicycle safety in or not, adding the single stair dwelling in or not, and then adding back in opposing to the waste to energy motion or not. And I've had an opportunity during your break to give council members suggested motion language if they so choose.
Got it. Are people fine with that approach? Okay. So do we have a motion?
Move to adopt TR 24-43 without the positions on single stair dwelling, building code endorsement, and bicycle safety stop.
A second? Second. Ms. Downs on the second. Madam Clerk, call roll, please.
And that was Ms. Downs on the second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, it's the first of three motions then.
Then may I move to oppose modification to the Virginia Clean Air Act that grants exception to the waste to energy conversion regulations.
You're moving to add that back in.
I'm moving to,
Add opposition to it.
correct.
Second.
Mr. Snyder on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Second of three.
So I will make a motion. I move to include single stair dwelling building code endorsement to be incorporated in TR 2443.
We have a second.
Second.
That was Ms. Hiscott on the second. Go ahead.
Ms. Conley?
Just a minute. I had a couple comments on this.
thank you.
And we have to be careful that we're doing public. Do we need a public hearing on this?
I don't think there was a public hearing for this one, was there?
Okay. So I have long supported affordable housing. In fact, I got my start in the city of Falls Church with the Falls Church Housing Corporation. I voted to actually increase the affordable housing that we were demanding of developers, and have otherwise supported most affordable housing initiatives. This, however, in my view, is a life and safety issue. Frankly, if you want to reduce the cost of construction, don't do it at the cost of life safety. I will note that this proposal has been opposed by the International Association of Firefighters, that's the firefighters union, the Metro Chiefs, that's a management group, the National Association of State Fire Marshals, the National Fire Chiefs Council, the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. So you have both rank and file management of the people that have to respond to fires saying this is a really bad idea. There's certainly advocacy literature and tying it to affordable, et cetera, housing, et cetera. It seems to me that we disservice the very people we're intending to serve with that argument if we're creating fundamentally unsafe environments in which and for which they live. Now, you can point to other places in Europe that have different views and all the rest of it, but fundamentally our codes have long required at least 2 fire exits for several reasons. First of all, the redundancy is critically important. Second of all, the fire department may need to use one, and the evacuation's the other. The idea is, well, you can carry them out by ladders. Ground ladders don't go up to 6 stories. So you'd have to be relying on the aerial ladder trucks, for which there are not many. And those who would be called upon to respond are saying, don't do this. In my own experience, I have to support that as well, and I think we've received a very reasonable comment from someone in the city of Falls Church who knows just about more about fire safety than any citizen that I know. So I strongly oppose this. This is one of the real red lines that I have in dealing in public service. There are often disagreements, legitimate disagreements. I understand this. In my view, we're putting lives at stake, and I can never, ever support this, particularly the process that's being followed without, and I don't even know what the compensating factors would be. I will say that the best evacuation is a self-evacuation rather than relying on a fire department to make those saves that would be absolutely required with an ordinance of this type. So I strongly oppose this and will always oppose it. Thank you.
Any other comments before we vote? Ms. Underhill?
I respect Councilmember Snyder's comments here. To be clear, that the language that we are proposing tonight states that we support this if the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development report and city staff analysis indicates no negative impact on building occupants regarding fire, health, and safety. The body, the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development Group, that's meeting to review this includes building code officials, the Virginia Fire Services Board, multiple members, the state fire marshal, and as well as architects and engineers. So I look forward to seeing what that report says. Currently, the National Fire Protection Association has not taken a stance on this single stair issue. Multifamily buildings in the U.S. do outperform single-family homes for fire safety. According to FEMA, fatalities from fires were 5 to 6 times higher in single-family homes versus multifamily, and that's primarily because multifamily buildings have improved materials, working smoke alarms, and automatic sprinklers. If we can provide safe and provide safe housing and flexibility in housing arrangements, then I see that as a win-win. And I certainly, from my experience when I was in New York City, I can tell you that I really enjoyed living in a single stairwell building. But I get that New York is not the same as here. And so that's why we are relying on these experts to give us their opinion. As written, we are not jeopardizing anyone's health or safety. We are supporting this if the Virginia Department of Housing and city staff indicates no negative impact on building occupants regarding health and safety. Thank you.
Mrs. Scott?
Thank you. And I am the mother of a firefighter and daughter of an EMT, so I definitely, and a safety engineer, so these are conversations I also take very seriously, and I appreciate your comments, Justine, again, that this is allowing us the opportunity to support hearing what the state experts say, and then also having an opportunity to make local decisions. So for those reasons, I'll be in support in pursuing and discussing this further. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just had one, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. Did anyone else? I'm sorry.
I just have a question before you make another comment. Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Go ahead. And I apologize if this was discussed in the work session and I missed it. Is this a topic that is currently under consideration right now, or are we asking for it to be under consideration?
The legislation already passed last year, and the legislation was to ask for this advisory group to give Virginia an update on the recommendations. So there's no active legislation that this impacts. I think we're waiting for the report to come out December 2024.
Okay, so when the report comes out, there will be recommendations from that list that Ms. Underhill just described?
Yes.
And then we will still have an option then to debate it as an ordinance in the city if it is something that does pass.
So building codes aren't legislated by us. So the statewide building
okay.
code has a process. I just Googled it. They update it every 3 years. So the next update's not till actually 2027. And so this advisory group will inform the building code updates. Frankly, I just don't think building code should be legislated by council members or even General Assembly members. We rely on those experts, many of which I think Mr. Snyder talked about. And so there's a process for updating that. And so I think our stance on this is our position, frankly, but really I think there's a process in Virginia that mandates this statewide.
And it does help set a precedent if, based on the report, General Assembly tries to do some different legislation, then we'll have the city's position, and this was a specific recommendation that came from the ESC, so normally, we have fully endorsed the ESC's recommendations. This was one that was called out from the legislative committee, which is why it's before you for action.
Yep. I also looked up the 2 bills that passed last year, which I think passed with bipartisan support and was actually signed by the governor to study this and ask the experts to study this on our behalf.
Yeah, Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Beth, for that question. Go ahead, Dave.
But that process circumvents the normal code process, and that's something that's getting buried here. And I want to quote again from what the IAIFF, that's the firefighters union, and the Metro chief said. These legislative actions, which are what I'm objecting to, are an attempt to supersede the safety codes, placing occupants and firefighters at greater risk of injury and death. We must do all that we can to defeat these misguided efforts. Allowing residential structures to be built with exemptions or modifications, contrary to decades of research and investigation, will jeopardize safety. Put simply, lives will be endangered, end quote. That's why I oppose this recommendation. Thank you.
And I would just add, I'm in agreement with Mr. Snyder, and I also think what council's doing is unnecessary. The General Assembly already voted to have this study, so the study is happening regardless of council action right now, and we could as easily wait to see what the recommendations are and take up at that time whether council, for example, as individual members or as a body, wanted to engage in the normal notice and comment rulemaking that would take place as part of the statewide building code. So that's why I will be opposing.
Could there be, I'm just throwing this out there and mess things up, I guess, that we look and see what happens in December and bring this back to legislative review? Meaning that if the organization said it's a non-starter for X, Y, and Z reasons, then this is not a vote we need to take. And if it is moved forward and we have data that shows why, then it would be a vote we could have the discussion again. I'm just throwing that out there.
Sort of for a process question, I think that is certainly doable in council's option to amend the legislative program. The specific language that I want to flag for you all on line 634 is to fully endorse the ESC's legislative position, except for the single stairwell. So that's why it's before you, is normally we endorse in its entirety your attachment 4, which was from the ESC, their first submission, and that called out that specific item that came up during the legislative committee. So,
right, but that's already edited in our legislative package as presented, so we've already approved that. And
what you've approved is the ESC's position except for single dwelling. So if you want to endorse single dwelling and therefore the whole ESC's position, regardless of what the DHC is doing, then you would need to add it back in.
Right, and what I'm suggesting is that we review it post data from the state.
Yep.
Which is a couple weeks from now.
It's actually December 1st. I just read the legislation.
Next week. It seems like that would be beneficial to wait and see what they say.
Yeah, so you could, what you've adopted is without that, and you could let it stand.
Right.
Right. I would support that as well. Thank you.
So I don't know if that's even a motion, or maybe it's just a discussion that we let's review it when we get the data back from what the state board says. You could always amend your legislative package to include that.
So we would leave it, let it lie, and then bring it back up at maybe our December meeting?
That's an idea that I'm throwing out there for discussion.
I suspect it'd probably be January, because if the report's on time, which it's supposed to be, because it's in the legislation, then it still takes time to digest it, and you're going to need our building official and fire marshal to look at it and provide some input. So probably it'd be in January, but that's fine in terms of the process. As the mayor said, there's a
Still
process
before you
for
go
the
to
building
Richmond
code.
and have any conversations about it one way or the other.
Yep.
So then I would take that as a friendly amendment. I guess right now what we have is that we do not endorse the single stair. Perhaps we could say we're neutral on it until further review.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
So we had a motion, and then I think we're revising it. I've lost track. Did we actually have a second motion? We didn't have a second motion.
Yeah, we've only done one motion on the legislative package. We haven't,
I think
still discussing it.
I think.
Sorry.
No, I think I put up a motion.
And I think you seconded it.
Yeah, I have Ms. Underhill moved and Ms. Hiscott
That was on
seconded.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So I'm open to a friendly amendment if.
So it would just be another motion to amend the previous motion that we would vote on, and then we would vote on the previous.
Or could it be just withdrawn?
I can
Or do you have to
withdraw.
vote?
Or.
And I second the withdrawal.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
So we have no motions now. Do we want to remake the second motion?
Sorry. As a point of discussion, can I just have clarification? So in the actual resolution adopting the City of Falls Church 2025 legislative program on page 6 of the packet, at lines 175 and 176, what is the current as-is language? And then what are we proposing at, I don't know where it is, lines 634 to 640 in the entirety of the legislative program to say?
So right now, there's no motion on the table for line 177, which is the bicycle safety stop. That would be a separate motion. There is a motion, and then I think a withdrawn motion related to line 634, which is the endorsement of the ESC's legislative program is in its entirety, except for the question of the single stair dwelling. And it is also referenced in the actual resolution on line 175. So one is attachment 1, lines 177, one is the resolution, one line 75. So Ms. Underhill, if you wanted to put a motion on here that would be neutral, I believe in attachment 1, if you look at line 636, right now it says council endorses. You could consider council remains neutral on the issue pending the report and the staff analysis. So change endorse to neutral and then let the rest stand. Then that would automatically correct the resolution because it already notes that there's a clarification.
Okay, I'll try making a motion again. I move to include that the council remains neutral on the issue rather than endorse single stair dwelling building code in TR 2443.
I'd second that.
Mr. Snyder, second.
Yes.
Mr. Snyder was on the second.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Ready? Do we have additional comments before we take a vote? Okay, please go ahead.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
So we have one final one.
Okay, and I have one more. I move to include the bicycle safety stop to be incorporated in TR 2443.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is Ms. Hiscott on the second? Do we have any comments or discussion on this before we take a vote?
Yes. Thank you,
Snyder.
Mayor. So I understand from a bicyclist perception or position why this would be attractive. But I do recall that our comprehensive plan talks about mobility for all modes. And I have serious questions about the impact of this potentially on pedestrians. They're not going to know what the bicycle is going to do when they approach a stop sign or a red light. So I'm concerned from the standpoint of pedestrians. I'm also concerned from the standpoint of car drivers who are going to also be confused about what's going to happen. It'll be said that 8 states have adopted this. That means 41 have not. In fact, the governor of California has vetoed this legislation at least once. California is hardly a regressive state. So I guess my biggest problem is the situation is already stressed, as we know from neighbors who are very concerned about everyone running stop signs and not abiding by red lights. I think this adds a degree of chaos to an already dicey situation. And I am somewhat concerned for the safety of bicyclists here. I understand why they might advocate for this, but I am even more concerned for the safety of pedestrians and car drivers who this just adds an additional element of confusion and chaos to an already chaotic environment. So for all these reasons, I simply can't support this proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Hiscott?
Yes, I think that Ms. Underhill talked earlier about the need for, to your point, education and making decisions on how to inform the pedestrians, inform our car driving. This request is also for a local authority to make the safety stop legislation. So again, this would give us local authority to continue to have the discussions and figure out what's right for the City of Falls Church. And I think there might be some opportunity to find the right balance, and this would just give us that ability to do so on the local authority level. So that's why I support it, and then we can continue to gather data and information from our police and our, hopefully we'll even have more from our smart cities data on the intersections and where we've had challenges, and we can use that to inform what we may or may not consider for local decisions on safety stop legislation moving forward.
Other comments? Ms. Underhill?
I mentioned this before, but a Delaware study showed that the crashes at stop sign intersections fell by 23% after implementing this law. A recent University of Oregon study, this is just in the past few months, found that safety stop leads neither riders nor motorists to act unsafely. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported that based upon current research and the data available, these laws showed added safety benefits for bicyclists in states where they were evaluated and may positively affect the environment, traffic, and transportation. So I would say this is not about lawlessness. This is actually counterintuitively about safety, and this measure could save lives. And so I would suggest that we base our decisions on the best data that we have available and let jurisdictions make the right decisions for themselves.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. You call for roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, council.
Great. Thank you for your work on
Council.
this.
Yes, and for your engagement in our community as well for the LEDGE program. Now the fun begins.
Madam Mayor, if I might, as chairman of the Legislative Committee, I want to thank the work of staff, in particular Cindy, and some assistance from others, and the members of the committee. I think we've got approval on 99.99% of the legislative program, and I think it's very progressive, I think very responsible. I'm particularly pleased with the advocacy for electronic enforcement, and there are many other provisions that are really very, very positive, so thanks to everyone involved.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to take anything off consent?
Madam Mayor, if I might, with regard to appointments, I understand that former Mayor Alan Brangman has put his application in. Was that an appointment not accepted during this particular set of appointments?
So as I guess appointments last convened in November, that was not brought as an appointment to be considered, so I don't know whether he submitted by the deadline or not.
I think that's a recent application, and so would be considered in your next round if you have openings.
What is that again? I'm sorry.
I believe it's a more recent application after this appointments committee, so it would be considered in the next round.
In the next round. Okay, good. I just want to clarify.
Mr. Snyder, what did he put his application in for? Which committee?
I think the EDA.
Okay. And there are,
Sorry.
no, I know that there are EDA and Planning Commission openings that have not yet been filled. So there will be interviews in December.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it.
And also, so my understanding is that there's this EDA seat and another EDA seat that are both expiring at the end of December, and then there will be the new EDA seat that will have to be filled. And then separate and apart from that, Mr. Williams did indicate that while he would happily continue to serve on the EDA, if at any point, there were kind of, that having additional perspectives on the EDA would be helpful, and that, he, at that point, would step aside to have another voice on the EDA. And so I'm comfortable supporting Mr. Williams's appointment, understanding that there are also, additional EDA appointments or will be, having slots under consideration, and that Mr. Williams also had his statement, to the appointments committee in that regard.
Any other, are we comfortable leaving it as is then? Sounds like. Okay, any other things to take off or consider taking off consent? Okay, so do we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of all the items under the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Underhill on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, do we want to do any committee reports before we head in minutes, I guess, before we head into closed session? Anybody have standing regional or committee reports?
Just real briefly again, that the affordable living policy will be, that group approved their goals and will be hearing about that, I believe, on December 9th. And then one other thing I just wanted to bring up from ESC, we have a great youth representation on that committee. And several of those ESC youth members had a basically an environmental fair at the high school, which I believe all the middle school and high school students were invited to, and they had a number of different demonstrations and stations, and included things like even having a sheep mowing behind the, if you've ever seen behind the away stadium bleachers, a ton of poison ivy and invasive species that the sheep actually mowed by eating them all, and they are some of the only animals who can digest and get rid of those things naturally without intensive labor and pesticides. And the students did the bulk of the work for putting this all together. ESC had a table there and further discussed that. So I just want to highlight again how many great things our community members who are members of boards and commissions are doing, and how important having youth reps on these committees are, and what our youth are actually doing in our community. It's really pretty exciting and quite remarkable. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thanks.
Okay, other reports?
Madam Mayor, just a comment. During the discussion on the financial policies, I attributed a quote to Alan Greenspan. It was actually Donald Rumsfeld, but he in turn was basing the comment, the known unknowns, was actually NASA originated that concept. So anyway, I just wanted to correct that for the record. Thank you.
Okay. I know we have a number of committee meetings, so I think ADC meets tomorrow, GovOps meets Wednesday, and then we have our annual joint meeting with the school board after the holiday on Monday, so I want to make sure that everyone's got those.
And that is at 6:30?
I believe so.
6:30, dinner, and the meeting will start after that.
Yeah, the plan is roughly at 7:30, then we'd go into the Dogwood Room and discuss numbers and next year's budget.
And I think I remember a commitment in Budget and Finance, Ms. Ball, was so to aspire to circulate the deck on Wednesday.
That is the plan.
Great. We appreciate that. Okay. Let's move on to minutes then. Has anyone looked at the minutes and want to move approval of the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Minutes are adopted. Anything else before we go into closed? Okay, I'm going to read the motion going into closed session. Upon a motion made by
John Siscott.
Seconded by
Underhill.
Okay, I heard Underhill, and passed by a vote of City Council. Council went into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A16, discussion or consideration of medical and mental health records regarding a case out of the Department of Family Services. Ms. Connolly.
Yes.
Downs?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Sean Siscott?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Underhill?
Yes.
Hardy? Yes. We're going to go in at 11:24. Are we meeting in the Oak Room?
Yes, and Ms. Conley, I think you have the link to go to the other meeting,
I think I do.
and Sophie will let
Yes.
you in to that meeting.
So should I get out of this meeting?
Sure, and then you'll have to come back into
I'll have
this
to come
meeting.
back in, or can I just pause this meeting?
I don't know.
I'll leave this meeting, go in the other meeting, and then come back. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Mary Beth Echono?
Mary Beth, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Are we ready to reconvene?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to read the motion to reconvene. Upon a motion made by Councilmember
Flynn.
and seconded by Councilmember
Snyder.
and passed by a vote of City Council, council reconvened in open session. Connolly?
Yes.
Downs?
Yes?
Flynn?
Yes.
Sean Siska?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Underhill?
Yes.
Hardy? Yes. Coming out time is 11:46. Now we're going to do the certification. Upon a motion made by
Underhill?
and seconded by
Downs?
and passed by upon affirmative roll call vote in open session, it was certified that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Connolly?
Yes.
Downs?
Yes?
Flynn?
Yes.
Sean Siska?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yeah.
Underhill?
Yes.
Hardy? Yes. Okay. Is there any other business on the agenda for tonight?
Mayor Hardy, I just wanted to thank Sophie and Celeste and Veronica for the lovely reception this evening. And thank goodness that the cookies have powered us through to make it to midnight. But it's my understanding that Councilwoman Underhill took the majority of the cookies this evening. So that's why she was able to make those very interesting motions earlier this evening.
You can't put cookies in front of me. It's a problem.
But seriously, Ms. Heath, thank you. Sophie, thank you. And Veronica, it was a lovely reception.
It was
Thank
a
you so
pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's adjourn the meeting. Well, 12 minutes before midnight. Happy Thanksgiving, all. See you tomorrow.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. We'll be thinking of you, Mary Beth.